Anyhow, I guess sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone, but I think we're about ready to start now. So, tonight we are going to be starting Advance Wars Reboot Camp, working our way up from the first game through the second.
And I'm here too.
Yes. Return of MCH was gracious enough to gift me the game, so we're trying an experiment with him as a special guest.
And if I ever pay you enough to play FB3, you bet I'm gonna be there too.
Hey, Nate. So I guess without further ado...
Michelle Dragon and I don't mind not being there because, like you said, you don't want to do this every night.
Right. LR to start is an interesting input.
It's not the most uncommon because, like, Mario Galaxy did similar. As did multiple WarioWare games.
Welcome to Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp.
I know. Hi, Tail Saga.
This is the crossover between Uma Musume and Girls Under Panzer? Sure. Here. You must be Kuroi. It's an honor to meet you.
My name's Nell.
Oh, suddenly voice acting.
I'm a CO in the Orange
Yeah,
Star
this
Army.
is the first Advance Wars with voice acting in shows.
Okay.
They only do it in rare
Is
occasions
this your
in the main
first time
story,
playing Advance Wars?
but it's mainly like for tutorial moments or heists.
Well, technically it's not, but I'm guessing if I say yes, it does a tutorial.
Yep.
Hmm.
Which, if you say no and then go to Advance Wars 1, it'll tell you the tutorial anyways.
Oh. So
They're
they...
actually right, Nimble Rat. Like, they also have Andy voiced by Veronica Taylor, who voices Ash Ketchum. So, like, they saw, naive kid hero. I know who to call.
So if it's gonna force the tutorial anyway, there's like no point in
It's
saying
good to
yes
see
here.
One of my
Yeah,
jobs is to provide
At
lessons
least
on
in
how to
Advance
play the
Wars
game.
1. It won't
I
force
also
the
offer
tutorial,
strategic
but
advice along the way.
it will recommend it when you boot up Advance Wars 1. It's like, okay. It gives you like a separate menu to do it. Just kind of funny, you know. And the tutorial in this game is basically the equivalent of a story arc in the main games, because normally every story arc is free maps, so they give you a free map tutorial to compensate for that.
Since you've already played before, you can think of the lessons as more of a quick refresher. That said, I might even show you a thing or two that you didn't know, so make sure to listen carefully. Before we get started, let me tell you a bit about some of the different game modes. Okay, we really don't need this. Yeah, versus...
Versus is not even true online, it's only with friends for online play.
I remember Days of Ruin had like a similar limitation where you could only do one-on-one online, and if you wanted to do more, it had to be local.
Yeah, in this case, it's only people who have friends on your console. So it's like, defeats the point of having an online play mode.
Slay the Spire 2 just dropped its first balance patch. The nerfs were numerous.
I can imagine. It's the OG deck building game.
So would you say that it was poorly balanced that night? Like, were there really overpowered stuff or something?
I mean, balancing any game is a nightmare, let's be real.
It's true, but most single-player games... I mean, I guess it's technically multiplayer, but most of them don't go for a lot of nerfs, especially on the first patch.
Yeah.
It was definitely easier than the first game.
That explains it.
There were some buffs. Oh, it was just released in early access. I see. I didn't realize it was early access.
Yeah, it was early access.
Hmm.
The first game was also released in early access.
I guess that makes sense.
Oh, and my Baileys are done. Oh yeah, there was another funny thing I remember from... There's currently a drama going around the Street Fighter 6 FGC, because, turns out Alex did a Fire Emblem base and a Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn at once, so that he buried his cousin. That was also his childhood friend who groomed her. So it's basically Makai cross Soap and Fates at the same time, you know?
You're saying that was in the fighting games?
Yeah, it's Street Fighter 6. It's the protagonist Street Fighter 3 came back and he just did that, and now everyone's upset about it.
Okay, that's...
It's causing a bunch of memes like, my favorite game is Fire Emblem Fates, or people posting Sweet Home Alabama on view Reddit comments of the threads.
That's... strange to have something so involved with fighting game character, I guess.
It's just funny. All the memes surrounding the fact he's married his second cousin groomer are just... It's rightfully blowing up, but like, the memes are funny, at least. You know. It's like we play Fire Emblem, so I just find it funny to mention.
Right. I just think it's my unfamiliarity with modern Street Fighter makes it, I guess, a little more confusing for me.
Introduced in the last classic games, and Street Fighter 3 was the last classic era one.
Well, I didn't really play much past 2. I basically played 2 on the Super Nintendo, and,
Never played Alpha then?
no, I never played much for fighting games after, like, that era. It's basically... If you ask me about anything after Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat 3, I don't know.
Fair enough. Speaking of Mortal Kombat 3, they finally ported the vanilla game in the recent collection of all the old games and arcade console ports and all that jazz. Because the vanilla Mortal Kombat 3 hasn't been ported since Ultimate came out. Because, like, why would you? Ultimate's a better version, you know?
The region got all the buffs. So you getting slapped around as a region might have had to do with a bit with the balancing.
Oh yeah, here's a fun fact. You literally can't play Advance Wars 2 unless you go for some hoops. Until you beat Advance Wars 1.
Well, it's not like I was gonna play the second game first, anyway.
Yeah, you have to go through like some dialogue boxes if you want to start the second game first.
Wait, does it actually say something if I click it?
Yeah,
it does.
Like, it's all like, it contains spoilers for Advance Wars 1. Do you really want to start it?
Okay.
See?
I was kind of expecting it to make like a buzz sound at me and not let me do it at all.
But yeah, the hoops is just like a spoiler warning. It's kind of funny, actually. I discovered that on accident because I was expecting what you were expecting.
Odd to call it casual or
is the
classic.
hard mode.
Oh, let's play it on classic.
If you do 100% this game, you have to do both difficulties on at least Advance Wars 2.
I'll see how I feel about needing to step down to grind the other mode if it comes down to it.
And yeah, here's the field training that they force on you anyways.
You can't believe you hit to die, stay dead.
People die when they are killed.
Oh no.
That's a infamous meme from Fate's Day Night.
Oh, that's where it's from. I've seen the meme around, I didn't know the source.
It's because in context it was talking about a vampire, so naturally, or something like that. So naturally, they don't die when they're killed. But like, it just got memed to hell back with this weird wording.
Makes sense. Did I just get this? No, I've had it for a little bit.
A month ago, but we're just now getting to it. More or less.
Yeah, I don't... Because I usually don't get stuff and stream it immediately anyway. Like, that's part of the process is like... Well, I guess none of this is spontaneous, but like, there's a lot of planning that goes into like effectively streaming.
Yeah, I had to wait till Umo was done with the CM.
You were wondering if it was on sale on the store. Oh. Nah, I got some of those vouchers on sale before they went away entirely. So I technically got like a small discount on this. But
Oh, they removed those? I did not know that.
yeah, apparently when I bought the vouchers, that was the last time that they were running them.
That sucks. Those are always a good deal. You get Tears of the Kingdom for $30 off.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Samillan. Also, thanks for the hydrate. I like how you're... Yeah, I like how the first hydrate they did was a Beppis. I mean, it is a 1 in 3, so technically the odds aren't that remote, but still.
1 in 4, I think I've noticed, actually. It's not as much as that. It's not like the Death Knight or the Gremlins.
Right. Yeah, those ones have expanded over time. The Hydrate one, I haven't really found anything I felt like super compelled to add.
Luckily, there's that one Reddit as Flubby.
Yeah.
They had a sale recently, at least. I got Mario plus Rabbids 2 off of it.
Nintendo games almost never go on sale. Yeah, I know it's kind of, the unfortunate truth of Nintendo's marketing. They just, I don't know what their reasoning is, but they just never want to sell anything at less than full price if they can help it.
They used to do that in like the Wii U era prior. They had sales cons on the Wii U, 3DS, and of course Player's Choice SAS and Nintendo Selects existed for budget versions of iconic games on Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, GameCube, and all that.
Lesson 1, troop orders. So they really do just like force the tutorial, huh?
Let's get started.
Yep. It's so funny.
We'll begin with a simple training mission to get you comfortable with the basics of movement and combat. Take a look at these 2 orange infantry units. They're both under your command. The blue unit here is an enemy unit. Gasp! This
It's
is
the
like
opposite of Fire Emblem.
inverted Fire Emblem. We're Dan.
I mean, to be fair, in Advance Wars, it's actually the color of your army, but then
Right.
you play as Orange Star.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, because Days of Ruin doesn't like that too, where it's line to your faction, which I guess
Yeah.
conveniently ends up being faction will after a point, but you know.
Yeah, and like, at least in the classic Advance Wars games up until Dual Strike, I mean, I should say classic as in like the Famicom Wars one. Each country was based off real life country. Orange Star was U.S., Blue Moon was Russia, Yellow Comet is Japan, and Green Earth, I believe, is. I can't remember what Green Earth is. I believe it was China.
So that's why they have their unapologetic stereotypes.
Yeah. Green Earth, basically the world superpowers are meant to be the various countries in the series.
Select this unit, please.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna read out all the instructions here. This is like extremely basic stuff.
Yeah. And then in Advance Wars by Web, which is a proper web version of the series, they added a whole bunch of new factions. One was literally the Galactic Empire from Star Wars, and then another one is evil penguins that became sentient.
Wait, penguins?
Yeah, like evil penguins that militarize themselves after becoming sentient.
And that's specific to Advanced Wars by Web?
Yeah, it's a fan game, so what they expect.
Okay.
They have like 14 extra factions in Advance Wars by Web.
Huh.
One of them is really just Star Wars, Pure Empire.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty obvious selection, I guess.
Yeah. No one is like... But the Penguins one is my favorite just because it's so stupid.
Great job.
There's one tip you gotta know about Advance Wars 1, AI versus
Nice
later
work.
games, is that if there's an APC, the AI will try to target it. It's a good cop-out method is to build an APC to beat the AI. You know? Because normally they're just like, it's funny, I don't know. Just the AI just hates APCs in Advance Wars 1.
I did hear about that meme.
It's an AI quirk from the original game they somehow kept here, basically.
Okay. It's nice that the game is thorough, but like...
Commander!
Wickfire.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I see, that's why. So basically just like what Fire Emblem technically allows, but I usually don't like doing those kinds of options. Too easy to accidentally macro the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the next lesson?
Hope there's not too
In
many
Dual
more of
Strike,
these.
They have a lot of funny dialogue in that game's tutorial. Because the Dual Strike tutorial just lets you fail in every which way possible, and you get some really funny scoldings if you do. But yeah, the first story arc was added to this game. And the only one added to this game is the tutorial. Because this tutorial was not in the original, if I recall.
Did they just like have no tutorial?
No, they did. No, the tutorial was optional and in a separate menu. It was more like read it, if I recall. Better or worse than Limb Mode? Better because it actually tells you how to play the game. No FE8 or FE9 tutorial though. Because I love the tutorial in Advanced Wars, not Advanced Wars, FE9 because that's a good means. I was starting to be green anyways.
It's one of those things where, I mean, I guess it teaches it, but like, you really should have made it optional.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, in Limb
wanna hear a
Mode
tip?
and Advanced Wars 1, it kind of makes sense considering they were our first time with both series. But like, there's a reason why they made it optional, depending on difficulty in FE8 or.
But like they like went through the trouble of asking me if this is my first Advanced Wars. And just like, yeah, by the way, your answer doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's more like FE9 where you can say no to any given tutorial on normal mode. Like how they oh god, the catching tutorial on every Pokemon game. I'm surprised they still have that, honestly.
Oh yeah, I always forget that's in the Pokemon games.
It's in every game in the series.
Because at least they made an effort to integrate into the story, at least with Scarlet, Violet, and Arceus. And
Yeah, they integrated into the story starting with Gen 7, I believe it was. And no wait, actually the original game that integrated into the story was Gen 3.
another thing.
Because like it was actually a big part of a main character's story arc is that he fought Pokemon when he didn't believe he could, and you were there to teach him supposedly. It was an excuse to have the catching tutorial of the game, but it also ended up being an important part of the game's plot. Just allowed him to get off-screen character development to just become a more healthy person. Because he was a sickly kid with a terminal illness. So it was actually kind of cool.
well, I guess at least now she's letting me have some control.
Yeah. I love the infantry can't do. Infantry being mech is a thing. It's so weird. Like the Advanced Wars unit advantages and stuff. I would hesitate to call it a weapon triangle because it's not really a triangle, you know? Well, he just decided it was his funeral.
Apparently.
Now he's
I mean, I guess he took some offense to the fact that I was capturing, I guess.
yeah.
So I guess that's like the same as with Days of Ruin later.
Yeah. Fog of War and Advance Wars, OG Advance Wars 1 was kind of rigged compared to later games. But in this game, they changed it to be like it was in later games, where it's equal on both sides. In the original, it was like the units knew where you were regardless, even though Fog of War doesn't work like that in PvP.
Right, I mean, Days of Ruin, they still know where you are, it's just they have to actually scare you.
Yeah, well, you get the point. Like,
Yeah.
They play by the same rules you do in Days of Ruin, whereas in the original Advance Wars 1, they didn't.
Well, almost the same rules, because they can still see me, so like they'll just scout me perfectly. So it's better, but not quite perfect.
Yeah. One CO's power in Advance Wars 1 and 2 is that you just allows you to scan perfectly in fog, which makes it borderline useless unless you're playing PvP. He was a secret CO in Advance Wars 1, because he required you to get an optional story arc that required you to play Sami as soon as you unlock her for free missions. But luckily in this game they just forced that secret story arc.
So there's been some adjustment to the flow of the story, aside from adding the mandatory tutorial that ignores my input choice.
Also, originally the final mission had COs show up to help you depending on choices throughout the game. Now it's just streamlined so you can pick whoever you want to show up as your backup. Which is kind of sad in terms of story, but better in terms of gameplay, you know.
Great job. Oh dear.
It's like the streamlined final mission backup doesn't necessarily, like in the original game, it depended on the story choices, but now that it's been streamlined, it doesn't have the same impact, but it's still like good from a gameplay perspective, you know, because they can play to your strengths and play style preference, you know. But we'll get there.
Hold on.
Oh, ABC.
Yep.
Great job.
I love that APCs just have infinite supply for some reason.
Oh wait, wants me to attack. I was like, I'll defend my tank, but no, I guess she wants me to fire at this random tank over here.
Yep. But down much. I like the backgrounds for terrain in this version.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're making this play. This is attacking with the artillery over there makes especially no sense.
Just like they want to give you a tutorial.
I guess, but like, if they wanted to teach me to play the game more properly, should move the artillery up to defend the bridge so that
It's like Limb mode. I'd say it's a bit better than Limb mode because it still teaches like actual tactics rather than bailing you out of the crit. It's not just
Yeah.
tactics, you know.
Yeah, that the Bad of the Beast sequence is like it's cinematic, but boy, is that like not good play for sure.
And yeah, like you're plugging the bridge. They're teaching you that much as well too.
True, it does cover the bridge, but like, because we could body block and still fire too on the next turn. Because like, this tank's injured, so they could punch through and send the other tank while we're capturing.
Do have the art.
I guess it still allows us to kill this one here.
And that's what APCs are for. True.
True, yeah, I guess. Put the ABCs here. There we go. Now we're playing true Advanced Wars style. Throw the rigs / APCs in the way.
Yeah, they went for the APC. Even in tutorial, they can't help it.
Yeah.
Congratulations!
It's telling us that there's the luck roll. I guess at least it informs the player of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Days of Ruin
weird.
didn't tell me.
Yeah, the fact that luck exists as an important mechanic is weird.
I don't... I think it's only a stat like in these earlier games, right? Because I don't recall Days of Ruin having like an actual luck stat. It's just, it was
I don't think
luck,
it does, no.
equal luck roll no matter who you're playing.
And then there's Battalion Wars. The Battalion Wars games are interesting because they're more like an RTS spin-off. There was one GameCube, one on Wii. There was gotta be a third one on Wii U, but they canned it.
A lot of games have damage variants, not that surprising. I mean, I suppose, but... It still caught me a little bit off guard in Days of Ruin just because it had such precise numbers. Of course,
I can see why. Now you can see why they failed to release this game when certain real-life events happened in 2021, considering Blue Star invaded the US and Blue Star's based off Russia.
Yeah, it might be a little problematic.
It's good they use the fake analogs like they do in Ace Combat, but still, there's a reason why they waited to release this game after that invasion.
Skirmishes between two neighboring countries, Orange Star and Blue Moon, were thought to have been merely stories of the past. As until the day Blue Moon attacked without warning. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Clearly. I'm excited for the first Avatar show coming out next year. It's gonna be in a post-apocalyptic world where basically the previous Avatar It's the one after Korra, and now after are seen as a destroyer than a savior. So something Korra did screwed up the world.
Yeah, I heard about the premies, and I'm a little bit wary of it. But I guess we'll see.
I mean, I have faith because I like Korra and I like the original series, so we'll have to see.
True. I feel like, because Korra had some parts where they stumble. I know that it's not entirely their fault because of executive meddling, but still.
Yeah. At least Nick has renewed faith in the series again for a second time. Because they also got an older version of the gang coming as a new film set after all the bugs that came out post-series.
Korra's not very bright, so you can see her screwing up the world.
True.
I mean, she got wiser, though. Like, the last season was supposed to be about her, like, actually stopping and thinking.
Yeah. It sucks that they couldn't show that on Nickelodeon proper, because how dare we have a bisexual ending?
Well,
You know?
yeah, it happens.
At least Korra represents bisexuality, because I'm bi, so I approve.
Why is the Commander-in-Chief treading a new recruit? I mean, why not? It's anime.
Lava Fett!
Small indie military? Right, sure. We'll go with that.
Right! They're got guerrilla warfare.
Roy, you will guide the commanding officers of Orange Star in defending their territory and fight to uncover the motive behind the sudden ambush. Our story now begins with Nell, Commander-in-Chief of Orange Star. She trains a new recruit.
Andy, wake up.
This isn't the time to be lazing about.
Oh, I'm up. What's the drill this time?
Well, yeah, like I said, Andy's voiced by Ass Ketchum, because they realized, I need Kid Hero.
Oh.
But who gets to be Andy's Pikachu?
His wrench. That's his whole character arc, is he loves repairing stuff.
Oh boy. No, Drew, we've got a real situation. It's that madman Olaf. It's the Commander-in-Chief of Blue Moon. Our intel indicates that he's ordered an invasion of Orange Star. Blue Moon. Huh. I thought they were going through, they were through being the bad guys. We assigned a recon team to investigate, and they just sent word that Blue Moon now holds Coral Fortress. We can't afford to lose that territory. Right on, I finally get to do something. I'm gonna lead the way and save the day. I can't wait to see some action. Oh, no, you don't. Not yet, anyway. You need to listen and learn first. Our top priority is rescuing Coral Fortress for Orange Star. Watch closely, okay? Let's go.
Also, as you can see, throughout the map, you can see everyone's capital city in the first game.
Just by, like, looking? I see.
Yeah. Like, as the game gradually opens up its world map, you can just see stuff like that.
I guess it makes sense, but I don't think they really need to say that in advance. Olaf has occupied Coral Fortress with a prize unit in tow. Take this opportunity to show Andy the ropes and tanks.
But tanks.
Yes.
I'm gonna look up the cast of this game, because I remember the cast of this game being actually kind of interesting.
A medium tank? Olaf's business. Even with all our units, we need an airtight strategy to win. I see. It's interesting to see them introduce that on the first mission. Okay, I get it. We need a strategy. A really good strategy. Nell, what's a strategy? Is Andy as clueless as Solid Snake?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Small tank could have been written off as a prank. But there's a small tank at the bottom, so is that the prank?
Because I remember they had some big names for this. Oh, Pro CD voices a character.
I don't know that name.
He's Pro CD YouTuber, also Darrows, and Fire Emblem Heroes. He's a popular Fire Emblem YouTuber, making skits about that stuff.
I see. My knowledge of YouTube personalities,
But yeah, he became a popular voice actor after his skits.
Do you think we need to give up on this guy? Like, apparently Andy is the only one around to do things. We're just going to have to make him work. Valkyria Chronicles has demonstrated that you need to have a suitably extra-large tank for your villains so you can have a whole map dedicated to it. Well, in that case, Olaf is failing.
Joe Zeech is also in this game.
Because if this is the Valkyria Chronicles boss, that tank needs to be at least 5x5 on the map.
True. Also, Cassandra Lee Morris, that's Sophus and Morgana from Persona, huh? Yeah, they got some big names. Erica Harlacher was in this game too.
Oh dear, do you need me to explain our strategy here? I think we're good.
Turns out Grit, who you'll meet soon, was voiced by
Actually, maybe I should have said yes, just to make Andy look extra stupid. I'm kidding, Nell. We just gotta be smart about our movement and stay out of the enemy's range.
Olaf is Patrick Seitz, okay.
Then we roll in and save the day.
Yeah, this game has an all-star cast. Holy shit, crap.
Perhaps, but only when it's strategically advantageous. Every battle is different. There's more than one way to win, you know.
Is the shopkeeper, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just looking at the game's cast for this version. It's actually kind of an all-star cast. So many names I recognize.
Well, I guess IS has a lot of money now, so... Yeah, I know all that stuff. Let's go get him, Nell. Well, this artillery is not protecting the tank, so...
Olaf's voiced by Patrick Seitz, so we have Dio, and by extension, Zeke as our first villain in this game. Just remember he voiced Zeke in Echoes. So yeah, most of the story is told before and after maps. So during the map, you don't really get much story until Advance Wars 2.
I mean, Days of Ruin is kind of like that too, where there's usually a big dump at the beginning or end of the map, but it's somewhat rare that there's more than just like a couple pithy lines in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's how most of these games are, but this one doesn't even have any in the middle of the map, if I recall, except for like 1 or 2 missions.
So the Orange Star
Might be
Army is launching a
misremembering, I beat this game like 4 years ago.
On his new Coral Fortress, he is very entitled.
Thanks, Patrick Seitz.
I see you failed to notice my new weapon, Nell. You'll soon tremble before the power of the mightiest ground forces ever. This will be a quick victory for Blue Moon. Not my APC.
Is that why you put it there?
And sort of, but... I didn't want him to attack the mech, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
Let's see.
There's one mission in this game that's really hilarious, too.
I actually might want to move the artillery up, because this is gonna... Or no, you know what? It's probably just gonna attack the APC. So it'll just fuck.
It's Force 1, and it will always attack APC. There was one clip I saw where the game even cheated its own rules to just kill an APC. It was better than what Dead Space, but I still got like simple, so. You hear me coughing that partly because of the North covering, you know?
I guess one thing about having the APC where it is body blocking my infantry, or no, is body blocking one of my infantry, not the APC, the artillery. But oh well.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I never beat the Advance Force 2 half in this game because Advance Force 2 is a big step up in difficulty than 1.
Rip APC.
I love everyone's animated reactions. It was really clever.
Excellent. My CO power is ready. Alright, Andy, this is a real teaching moment, so listen up. The CO power meter is the top left of the screen, or top corner of the screen. This just sounds like any other CO meter.
Well, in Advance Wars 2, they add a second tier CO power for everyone, which is usually an even more busted version of the CO power.
I like how Nell's like, the COs won't hesitate to use the power against you, but if, I don't know, if it's anything like the Days of Ruin CO, they just won't use it at all.
They will. Trust me, they will.
No, I'm confused. Where exactly does the CO power come from? Well, it comes from inside you. Of course, the acceleration of battle kindles the flame of her special abilities. Translation, anime.
He's asking the real questions. Yeah, they're very aggro with it.
When the fire ignites, one's true talent can be unleashed. Talented fire, but how does that... never mind. See, this is why Andy's so clueless. He doesn't believe in the power of anime yet.
True. Like I said, they gave him Ash Ketchum's voice for a reason.
Okay then, I'm ready to select power for the map menu and send Olaf's troops packing.
If I recall, her CO power just
Lucky me.
amplifies already in a high luck stat.
Lucky star.
Oh yeah. If you didn't click on that real fast, it'll tell you what the CO power does.
Yeah, I was expecting it to tell me the description after clicking it, so that's why I hit it and I was like, oh, it's just going.
Yeah, it's before you hit it.
Now my units are lucky. That means they have a greater chance of dealing high damage in battle. I guess the game is at least just like telling me, so.
Yeah.
But that's just my own CO power. Every CO is different, so you should adjust your strategy accordingly. You can read the intel on your CO power or even that of your opponents. Just select CO in the map menu. Wherever you meet a new CO, I recommend checking there. After all, knowledge is power.
In 4-player maps, it can naturally get pretty intense.
Blizzard calls down snow, increasing movement costs for all units except his own.
Yeah, and
So,
naturally, when you have 4-player maps, it can get very intense very fast.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. You can choose between Advance Wars 1 style or Advance Wars 2 style in PvP. But most people just choose Advance Wars 2 style, just because that's the more popular game for PvP.
You found it strange that the remake kept distinct Advance War 1 and 2 mechanics. You're expecting 1's maps to be updated with 2's mechanics. Maybe including DS rebalancing too?
Yeah, and then PvP allows you to pick and choose which mechanics you want. Which Dual Strike would probably be a good game to play eventually as well, because it caps off the story of these games, of this duology. I'm just surprised it didn't give it to us as like a DLC for this game, you know?
I guess they probably didn't want to change like too much here.
Yeah. Yeah, Kanbai is considered one of the best COs in the game for a reason. The shopkeeper, when you get access to him, is also very infamously busted, which is why they require you to buy out the shop first. To unlock him in every game. Yeah,
is that
also busted.
Is that added defensively in the earlier games? 'Cause I feel like Days of Ruin doesn't quite work like that.
Yeah, it's only in the Wars World trilogy.
Okay. It did? Okay, it did change the defense formula, so I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, it was the Wars World trilogy that did that. And it's even different in the Famicom Wars duology, like Super Famicom Wars and the original game. Those games gave us the Super Famicom Wars gave us COs, but not CO powers. COs were more just a passive thing. There's like CO powers existed. CO powers were passive in the Super Famicom Wars, and one of them was just a game. And they also had weird names, like there was Billy Gates. And there was
of course.
There was another one that I don't want to say on stream because it's a reference to an infamous fascist. So they just had legally distinct characters like that, you know? Yeah, they were passives. It didn't have CL powers, it's more generic ones and pretty intentionally overpowered.
I guess it makes sense as like a matter of progression in terms of like just how the devs are working through trying to enhance the games with each iteration.
Also, like, Super Famicom Wars was weird in that it also had a... The first two games were weird in that it was mainly just a pure PvP game. Because, like, you could just endlessly play the same maps over and over and over again, basically. There was no one condition, because it was just like built around PvP to begin with, you know? There was, even when playing against CPU, there was no way to truly win the
Let
game.
the winds of war bring snow.
Which both Famicom Wars and Super Famicom Wars did.
Blizzard.
Wow, nice CO power when you have no units left.
Well, you have one unit you stop to go for him.
Right, but he activated and didn't even advance.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you use your CO power so you can turtle. Good job, I guess.
Transport 1 Olaf is meant to be a buffoon.
Has no story mode, just play maps. That makes sense. A lot of older games just have excuse plots anyway, too, so...
Yeah, it was just an endless game where you play maps and decide who's better with PvP or against the computer. It also included all the maps from the first game as a second game, and like the first game had like only maps between Blue Moon and Red Star because they weren't renamed Orange Star yet. But Super Famicom Wars introduced Green Earth and Yellow Comet, and they also had their own unique. They also had their own unique set of maps, and then there were 4-player maps included as well.
I like how he's just sitting there complaining without doing anything.
Yeah. Dual Strike was mainly meant to be a next-gen sort of deal anyways, for the most part. With the exception of one of the villains being the same as Advance Wars 2, but he got downgraded as far as being a villain goes for reasons I'll get into when you beat Advance Wars 2.
Wizards even more underwhelming in Advance War DS, where they reworked snow from reducing enemy movement to doubling fuel consumption.
Yeah, Dual
Yeah,
Strike
that doesn't sound very useful.
Dual Strike is a weird end of the trilogy.
I know Days of
But it was very divisive for the longest time.
I know Days of Ruin goes back to doing reduced movement, and it's still like not that helpful.
Yeah, rain causes fog of war, which actually makes sense.
Because the big one to get, like, is if you're memeing around with Penny, it's the big one to get is Sandstorm.
Also, you could just at the map now and just kill the tank.
I could.
Speed is
That's why
technically a stat at the end of every map that you need for shop funds.
I'm setting up so my mech can reach him.
Oh god, no. That makes sense.
So, I should probably move the artillery back so if I do this. So if I pull him that turn, then he wouldn't be in range. I guess we'll let the tank repair.
Wow. Yeah.
But if the speed stat's anything like in Days of Ruin, it's also like not very important.
I think Triple S gets dummy big money, at least. That guy just barely hanging on by a thread.
Yep. I'm actually kind of surprised the infantry survived the medium tank.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Versus tank. Thank goodness.
You can go hide over here. We need your space.
You can combine them with the other one.
I could've.
Wahoo!
Woohoo! You really let it off heaven, Nell. It's interesting how this actually starts out with Nell instead of saving her as a post-game bonus CO. She's mostly a novelty.
Yeah.
So this section modifies the story then?
A little bit, yeah.
Huh, okay.
Like I said, Advance Wars 1 got a lot of story modifications. Like the final mission again originally was changed heavily in this version. And there's a secret story arc they just put as a major and just make it mandatory now.
Yeah, I'm aware of what the normal damage range is, but units or commanders having a luck stat in this is definitely something different for me.
Yeah.
You never had any attachment to Advanced Wars 1s. You played it once after 2/DS and found it terrible, really. Because it doesn't seem...
Like,
nothing seems too bad about it right now.
No time for celebration.
Yeah, that's the big issue. But it also has some very evil maps later down the road.
I mean, that's just kind of something that happens in the late game anyway. Like, Days of Ruin has some scuffed maps. Wargroove has some...
Days of Ruin final map.
Yeah, Wargroove have some scuffed maps.
I'm not sure about Wargroove 2 because I never played Wargroove 2.
Yeah, Wargroove 2 has some stuff that's scuffed. There's like one map where getting the secondary condition is super obscure.
Oh god.
It took me probably upwards of 10 tries to figure out what was going on with it. It basically... It's a map where you have control of 2 COs. It's the two kids, I think. And, one of them stranded on an island.
Yeah, that's what does Carissa.
And to meet the secondary objective, you have to figure out how to charge his without him, like, really getting to engage in much combat. So that he can deploy some bird bombs to take out the enemy commander. And actually getting enough charge is the real puzzle, because, like, the map itself is not super hard to do if you just muddle through it, but figuring out how to actually get the charge and do the win and the turn count is really annoying. Yep, gotta generate the charge for them to use the bombs. And it has to be the finisher. It's probably one of the most scuffed map across both games, I'd say.
I only play Wargroove 1, and it's DLC, so I want to know about 2.
I would definitely recommend 2. It does makes a lot of balance changes that are better. Story-wise, depending on which campaign you're playing, it's a lot more hit and miss.
Makes sense. I just hope they do an Advance Wars 5 since this game came out, but this game didn't sell well because of its because of its weird delay situation.
Right.
And plus, it's made by a team that they codenamed Steve for another game that infamously didn't sell well.
Yeah, well, Advance Wars has always been kind of niche, too. Because, like...
Well, you know, it was actually the real reason Fire Emblem 7 came over, because interviews revealed that they brought over because of Advance Wars 1 selling well in the West at the time.
Right, but, I mean, it did well, but it was also still technically fairly niche, right?
Yeah. They should let you date the tanks.
I will hide in this...
Suddenly we're turned into a gacha game.
Yeah. I'm gonna go hide in this barrel, and I will ship my war tank with that medium tank.
That reminds me of... Suddenly we become Azure Lane.
Wait, what?
Azure Lane is all about anthropomorphic warships.
Oh boy. I guess I'm not too surprised. I mean, I do play a game about anthropomorphized racing horses who are teenage girls, so,
And then don't forget Hetalia, the game that did that with countries. Anime.
Huh. Entire countries is ambitious.
It's not a good anime because it's themed off the Axis side of World War II, so naturally the Allies are the bad guys.
This tank is now dated, it's obsolete. I guess define better model.
Better waifu, I guess.
Guess so. Maybe it's like Valkyria Chronicles, where we have to put decals on it.
Like 2 and 3, and then 4 just goes back to 1 for no real reason.
I mean, it's not like the decals actually really did anything impactful, it's just they looked funny.
Yeah, you could give one to Dr. Eggman, and Fantasy Star and all that, it was funny.
No time for celebration. If Olaf has access to medium tanks, then our current tactics won't suffice. We'll have to ask Central Command to ship us some new units.
What?
Even my medium tank was defeated! Curse that Nell! But it doesn't look like she has any air units ready to use yet. I'm sure I'll enjoy our next encounter.
Yeah,
he didn't think to bring the air units now? Are we sure Andy is the not smart one here?
There's plenty of not smart people in this game. There's plenty of not smart people in this game, is the joke.
Fair enough. I guess that's why it's happy fun war crimes time.
Yep. There's an old Brawl in the Family comic where it was showing the difference between Fire Emblem and Advance Wars. And it's like, Fire Emblem, I'll get each one of you home safely. And then it shows cuts to Advance Wars. I can just buy more troops.
Of course they gave Olaf an evil Santa laugh. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's so obvious.
Speed was 91. Close enough to a triple S.
Because this game, If this game's not shying away from its stereotypes, it might as well just lean straight into it.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, like Punch-Out. If Punch-Out's gonna be all stereotypes, they're not gonna half-ass it, just go full on.
I mean, to be fair, they...
Hmm?
To be fair, Punch-Out also included the countries that the game was developed in, like Piston Honda and Bear Hugger for the Wii one. This next level games is Canadian, and they gave us and they gave us Bear Hugger in that game, which is again a stereotype.
Yep.
I'm just sad they had to change Soda Pop Inskee's name to what it was, because originally it was Vodka Drunk Insky, remember? But vodka in my pure NES game? You know.
I guess vodka wasn't PG enough, right?
Yeah, because there's alcohol back in the 80s game
Yeah.
era, so. There was an EA boxing game that on the Wii version you could play on Super Punch-Out's version a while back. Specifically the Super Punch-Out version that was very infamous.
Super Punch-Out I'm probably least familiar. Granted, I guess I'm not that familiar with Wii either. I've like played it through once, but that's still more than I've ever done with the Super Nintendo one.
Or the arcade ones, I assume, because arcade have their own unique for both the Super and original.
Yeah, I've seen the arcade version of Punch-Out, like the original one, because someone actually set up like a Twitch stream where he was running the arcade version, and it only has what, like 3 fighters.
Yeah, I played the arcade version at my local arcade, and Super Punch-Out arcade was better.
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I guess sequels are... Sorry, go ahead.
There was a Donkey Kong secret fight in Punch-Out League.
Huh. Okay, I didn't know that, but I didn't do more than just like one playthrough, so... I didn't really dig too much into the secrets with Punch-Out Wii. You've only played Super Punch-Out, you're a fake fan. I mean, I've only ever completed Wii Punch-Out. I guess I'm a fake fan too?
Iron Mike can and will kick your butt.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, because I had a weird disconnect moment, because I went to a convention and they happened to have a NES with a copy of Punch-Out, and I had never played Punch-Out before that. But I'd watched enough speedrun streams where, like, I knew the strategies, and I sat down like, I have no idea how to execute the strategies with these controls. So I tried, and yeah, it didn't end too well, but I still got past the first 3 fights by muddling through. But yeah, definitely, if I had a better handle on the if I had a better handle on the controls, I could have probably figured it out, but knowing the strategies without knowing how to actually pilot the controls was just a little bit oops.
There's a reason why Mike Tyson was the final boss in that game, though. He's brutal.
Right. Yeah. Good work, you successfully cleared the first mission. I figured you'd have no trouble. I want to celebrate this accomplishment by giving you a special gift. I would like to present your very own ID tag. Sega will track your accomplishments. Congratulations. Okay.
Those are the achievements you have in the game. Seeing Celine there is just hilarious.
Yeah. She will defend her country through violence if she must.
I mean, yeah, that's basically what she does in Canon, too.
Yep. She has to defend the tea. It's only right.
Celine in a man.
Right now.
What does this latch you onto that?
Right now, the tag is empty, but as you continue to clear missions, you'll earn medals. Besides clearing missions, there are other accomplishments you can that can contribute to earning medals as well. By the way, as a holder of this tag, you are now authorized to access 2 new modes. First, you can visit the War Room. There you can hone your skills with a series of challenging battles. Second, you can now engage in head-to-head battles with friends anywhere in online. Yeah, we'll leave that for now.
Yeah, if you want to play against me, I can give you my friend code sometime.
Andy!
Yeah, I think for now we'll just stick to doing the story stuff.
Yeah.
I've just received word that Olaf has moved in on the Alara Bay. Guess he's not gonna give up so easily. It appears that's not our only problem. Orange Star has hit a snag in its heavy armor development. Blue Moon, on the other hand, seems to have more than enough tanks. Can we defeat Olaf without any tanks of our own? I pulled some strings and had some helicopter anti-air and missile units sent down from the front lines. Although that doesn't give us all that much additional firepower. Nevertheless, with careful planning, I'm confident that we can drive away that pompous old... that we can force Olaf to withdraw.
It's a
I love that
tankless
she
job,
backtracks
but
like that.
somebody has to do it.
She sounds like she's talking about, like, her old ex or something, like, she's got a real chip on her shoulder.
I mean, yeah, there is kind of a reason for that.
Ash Ketchum voice acting hype. It does fit him.
Yeah.
Now you want to theory craft Saline as an Advance Wars 2 CO? Go for it.
I remember Fury crafting like a Fire Emblem Sports League for basketball. Like a lot of different countries in the series. I had like the Grado Demons as for example, or like the Macedonian White Wings. It was funny.
Blue Moon has a strong front at the Alara Bay. Let's teach Andy how helicopters can lift us to victory. Is he gonna ask what an airport is?
No, that's later, actually.
Really? Well, that...
Just give you the area names. Airport is when they introduce how you can build them.
Well, that just makes him look stupid.
Exactly!
I get... So that's the point, huh? I guess he and Olaf are having a stupid off?
There's a third character you can add to that later on, too.
Alright. Olaf is one shrewd tactician. As I suspected, he's deployed a number of helicopters and medium tanks to the battlefield. A frontal attack from us would be reckless. Examining all of Olaf's units, I think we have only one viable option. Throw everything we've got at him! No, Andy. Strategy. We must capture the enemy HQ.
Do you need me to explain?
For that, we need to leverage our helicopter units. Do you need me to explain how to use them? You know, I'm gonna start selecting yes so Andy looks stupider.
Good.
Oh, he doesn't even say anything. Well, now I'm disappointed.
For once, I'm with Andy. For everything we got out of them.
Alright, so she's telling us about the transport helicopter. Yeah. Nah, I was hoping to ask for some Andy dialogue. For once, you're with Andy.
But you should still say yes to make him look stupid.
I guess, yeah. It's just not as fun when he doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just a direct tutorial again.
Yep. luckily they dropped the tutorial segment for the Last of Us 2 since, well, compilation re-release, you know?
I guess that'll be nice.
Something Ace Attorney can learn to do is in Ace Attorney Investigations and Greatest Attorney Chronicles, they keep those like every Ace Attorney collection keeps the tutorials from every game, regardless of if they're in the same collection, which is funny. The only one allowed to skip is like in the later collections, but only if you choose to skip it.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not doing a serious revision, it makes sense, because they're technically not obligated to modify stuff to make it streamline more, but also, if they want it to sell better, then maybe they should.
Yeah, because like their compilation, they should at least make it make more sense like that.
They can resupply at airports, but you haven't seen any yet. Okay, well, okay, now this will make Andy look extra stupid later.
What's an airport again?
Alright, yeah. So he only responds if we say no. I'm so sad. Nope, I'm pretty sure I know everything there is to know about ground units.
Yes.
Great, you're catching on fast. We need to take out those enemy air units first. You don't think he was listening? Yeah. I don't know, is he ever listening?
There's actually a story beat about that very concept.
If they can protect the enemy's HQ, then our strategy might fall apart completely. We only need to distract Olaf for a few days. Pay careful attention to the enemy's battlecopters and medium tanks. Don't forget, we need to capture the enemy HQ quickly. If I know Olaf, he hasn't even considered the possibility it could be captured early on. It's almost tempting to try to initiate there, but... I'm like, we could kill this battlecopter, but then it's in range of, like, literally everything. So,
That's what Andy was saying when he said, "Oh, everything died."
yeah. So, we'll just, we'll let that battlecopter kill itself by attacking our APC.
True. I love this map though, because it's like, oh yeah, capture the enemy HQ quickly, and Olaf will be like, what? Because,
Yeah, let's shift the tank. Put it over here, I guess. Otherwise, it's gonna get stuck on the woods.
I love that we all just saw Celine on the tag. Hey, my profile picture is Sami. Does that mean Advance Force Sami is on the menu?
I actually when I got that pack, I was hoping Chloe was in there, but she wasn't. Because I always look for the Pegasus side, but there was no Chloe, so I can't even remember what the other ones were, but out of them...
I got Sami as mine. Just 'cause Sami.
Right, I don't know if... Because I think there were several packs. I don't think Somi was even part of the pack that I ended up with.
Yeah.
Which, it kind of... Yeah, it kind of bothers me that they have it limited, because it feels like there's not really any reason to do it like that.
Yeah, they do it week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4.
Should have grabbed Hortensia. Actually, I might have Hortensia, but... Yeah. But I do like Saline more than Hortensia.
It's tea time. I probably, if it weren't for the fact I'm sticking with Somi, I'd probably do something like Fogado, just because Fogado's Walmart Claude.
I see Nell hasn't deployed any medium tanks.
Go forth, my troops.
This time, nothing can stand in the way of our victory.
Walmart Claude. That basically is Fogado in a nutshell, though. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, just diving my APC.
Now you can finish the map in like 2 turns.
Yeah. But first, we must commit violence.
Violent. I love playing violent. I don't actually know how to play violent. Kaboom! Remember Battle Squids in Wind Waker? That was the battleship minigame.
Oh, right, that. Yeah, I didn't really do too much with that game, but I do remember the voice lines.
In Wind Waker randos, they have a solver for when that check is required. Because they can't really save state in a random race, you know?
I guess our missiles can't really do too much here. Let's just get it out of the way.
Oh, that mech is running out of ammo.
Yeah, that's fine. We can just use it as body blocking.
Yeah. Besides, you got the APC.
Yeah, well, we win the next turn anyway, too, so...
Yeah.
The fury of nature.
Neither man nor machine can understand, or
Blizzard.
withstand, I think it was. That text goes by really fast.
Withstand the fury of nature. Thanks, Patrick Sykes. Heavy tanks. Imagine if you went to the trouble to kill everyone in this map. You probably could, because they do change the descriptions if you do alternate link times, but
Yeah, it would probably be a bit of a grueling battle to set up the kill on this. On all these medium tanks. It's a lot of medium tanks.
Pretty much. Oh, they never said to teach the lava how to drive. Well, you win anyways.
I guess if we high roll this... Yeah, if we high roll this, Max still kills the medium tank, maybe. Aha! Take that, Olaf!
I love that you just did that to flex.
Yeah, might as well. Actually, we could also attack the mech. No, never mind. Right, because we're slowed. Alright, so we can't do any more greed combat, so...
That takes care of that.
I can't believe he left his HQ wide open. It's not like this is his first time on the battlefield. You know, Olaf is missing a key piece of strategy. It doesn't matter how strong your units are if you don't know how to use them.
Exactly.
When the... My HQ! Seized! Now, it smells like one of your little schemes!
This isn't over yet.
You knew your troops couldn't weather a direct assault, so you pulled this out of your hat. This isn't over yet.
You sure are a quick study. Let's try another one.
Guess we have no choice but to surrender. Yeah.
I've been defeated, but I can't fall here. I must make my retreat. Classic.
Yes.
Death Knight be like.
So this is still like more tutorial text. Okay, now.
Hi there! My name's Hachi, and I run the one and only Hachi's shop!
This is teaching you about the shop. He's the
Conveniently.
shopkeeper.
Uh-huh. What?
He's also the most busted CO in the game, if you actually get access to him. It's kind of funny, too, considering Hachi is
Come buy
implied
something!
to be the former commander-in-chief of a one-star before Nell. So he's a retired badass. You know.
Yeah. I guess he was smart enough to know to call it quits at some point.
Yep. But if you unlock him, it shows he has a losses edge, basically.
Olaf may finally be taking us seriously. We nearly pushed him out of Alara entirely, although he defeated our troops en route to the Lost Fortress.
The Lost Fortress? What? I forgot that was its name.
The Lost Fortress? Oh no! Now we'll never find him. I know Olaf's forces are lying in wait for us in the fog of war, but I imagine securing some units to root him out. I see.
Fog of War.
Wait, no, actually, I can't see anything. What are we doing again? Locating Olaf's troops and pushing them out of Alara. Let's go. Yay.
Love it.
Fog of War. The fog is sick on the way to the Lost Fortress. Let's give our troops a vision to see it through.
It's Fog of War, what do you expect? Oh yeah, you can tell which maps have like you saw in the top right corner of the mission briefing. It tells you which maps have things you can capture. like cities or airports or seaports.
Right.
The moment you see the first one, A1 on there, that's when you know. What's an airport again?
Uh-oh, this could be trouble. The surrounding area is almost completely hidden. All those troops could be anywhere, and we wouldn't be able to see them. I mean, you were supposed to be specifically prepared for this, right, Nell?
Do you need me to explain?
This world is full of dumb.
We call this phenomenon fog of war. Do you need me to explain how it works? No, because we don't get any extra dialogue from Andy if I say yes. Nah, it's pretty explanatory.
Fog of War does work differently in Advance Wars, so it might be a good refresher.
Great, just remember that we can use mountains for extra visibility, and we should always check woods for hidden enemy units.
That's what I was talking about.
I think I'm
You
good.
can always hide in woods, but mountains give more.
Use the recon to scout out enemies for your rocket to target. See, you know this stuff.
Fog itself is raging war on us.
Now let's show off he can't hide from us.
Oh boy, Fog itself waging war on humanity, suddenly Persona 4. As you can see, this one is kill all enemies. Especially since there's no way he can belt troops yet. Well, you didn't bump into anyone.
What?
I say you didn't bump into anyone. It would have
Yeah.
stopped you like in GBA FE. If you just bump into someone during Fog of War.
Oh yeah, we have an actual medium tank of our own too. Hooray!
Hooray! Which you will need to use. Yeah. I just realized this series could take a while since you're only doing it once a week every week. And these games
Yeah.
can get pretty long, so.
Yeah, that's we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Cause I mean, technically, Days of Ruin wasn't like that long, so I don't know how long the campaign's here compared to it.
It's probably about the same length as Days of Ruin, so for a campaign. Said you're also reading dialogue
True.
and like
'Cause-
they add
Yeah.
they streamlined some stuff in one, like I said. So
But, I mean, the first time I did Days of Ruin was when I was only streaming 3 times a week, and like, I was doing only 4 hours at a time for the days where I was doing it,
gotcha.
so,
Also notice cities you captured are lit up in Fog of War.
yeah, I mean, that's the same as
Yeah.
Days of Ruin cities.
Luckily, you can see if someone's capturing
Can you
Europe.
withstand the cold? Blizzard!
Oh,
Man.
Blizzard already.
You must have started
God, he
pre-charged,
just
I
did turn
guess.
one. The guy who just gets the turn one in this map. He just showed you where one of the tanks he hit went.
Yeah.
I just realized.
I probably should have grabbed an infantry for this. Even though it's more valuable to have a mech up front. Because I could have started capturing now, but oh well. Again. Let's see. Can still manipulate him into doing something stupid, I guess.
I love that they describe fuel for infantry too, instead of like rations or whatever, you know. It's metabolic fuel. Oh no, the APC, whatever will we do about an APC?
Because the blizzard does make it annoying to actually advance the rocket. Maybe just take it south, I guess.
I remember in there's another thing I was gonna say, but I speak about tonight, but I forgot, I guess. Oh, Blizzard's done.
Yeah. 21 turn blizzards, I guess.
Does that mean we can finally give Warcraft and Starcraft and Overwatch people who actually care about it? And Diablo, I guess, but Diablo's like the one that's actually doing good right now because of the, you know, the fourth game.
I'm kind of surprised that that ended up being the one that did well, since like 3 wasn't amazing.
It wasn't amazing, but it got better with the expansion at least. But this is also the first Diablo 2 expansion.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Meanwhile, the Heroes of the Storm is just being held up by the fans that still play it. Which is weird that MOBA even has that luxury. It's only when the MOBA ends its live support is just done, you know. And Overwatch is ditching the 2 to go back to Overwatch 1.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with Overwatch.
Overwatch 2 was originally meant to be a way to give us a single-player game alongside the multiplayer component of Overwatch 1.
I mean, yes, but also they lied. Just like they did with 1, so like, I don't know. I'm not sure what anyone was expecting.
Yeah, exactly. And then World of Warcraft is just never gonna end because it's their big money maker.
Yeah, that thing prints money. It's one of those things where... I mean, it's kind of like Pokemon to a degree, or like a lesser degree, where it's hit critical mass, so no matter what they do, they're just gonna be fine.
It's like 20 years old and still going, 22 years old and still going strong, so... Like, at least nowadays we got other MMOs like Guild Wars 2 and FF14 and ESO. But like, the fact the MMO scene still even exists in the first place thanks to World of Warcraft, you know?
Yeah, I suppose so. Although, I mean, wasn't EverQuest still doing pretty alright for itself?
EverQuest still is, yeah. Just got a niche fan base similar to FF11 and other top and PSO1 private servers. Where it's like got the classic. It's got the people that like classic MMOs who are still playing it, you know?
Right.
But like It's like FF11, Guild Wars 1, PSO1, private servers, 12 member quests. Those are all enjoyed by classic fans, basically. And PSU private servers, because the universe has them too. Which reminds me, the Phantasy Star portable games continued off Universe's story, but Universe's story was also which means that because Universe was shut down, you might, legally speaking, you have to skip halfway through the plot of Universe if you want to play those games, you know. Because like the portable games continue off the story universe, and since the universe is shut down, you get the point.
Yeah.
Portable 2 Infinity finally gives the universe continuity of dark battles of their own. Which is really hilarious that it didn't end up getting dark battles until the end of that continuity. Given how omnipresent he is in nearly every other continuity.
Yeah. So this thing's not coming out. It's probably like an indirect. Yep, found it.
Yeah, I remember. They tried tricking you with that. Just in case you try capturing the HQ. That's really his whole gameplay is to hide in case you try capturing the HQ. Reefs also work as like Forest Fog of War.
Well, apparently they had another one over there too. We'll just have to beat that one up.
Yeah, that's why they mentioned check the forest. There was a dumb mission in Advance Wars 2 I saw where the easiest strategy is just make a whole line of mechs 2 tiles away from each other and just march slowly towards the finish. It's like the dumbest strategy, but it's hilarious, you know?
We haven't met the... Actually, I don't know if we could win through route condition here, but I don't see any other enemies.
You can win through route conditions, just that the others are probably farther behind. There's some down below that try sneaking up on the town. If I recall. Again, it's been 4 years since I played, so I might be wrong.
Fury of Blizzard!
Okay, Olaf.
Yeah, you lost already. You just had to make it cold on us. You realize he lost.
So they've taken back some of their Orange Star territory. All can see this day, but the real battle is yet to come. Well done, incredible job. We've finally driven Olaf out of the Alara region. That said, there's still a great deal of work to do. You've come a long way in a short time. I have a feeling that you're ready to handle your own missions from now on.
Yeah, like I said, every mission, every story arc is free missions.
Makes sense, I guess. It helps that I had such a great teacher, and that I actually listened to what you said for once. You're not supposed to admit that last part.
God, I love this game's dialogue. It's so unhinged.
I'll remain in ready contact, so reach out to me anytime you need assistance. I guess I'm still learning, huh? We're all still learning, Andy. You're still young, but your abilities are already top-notch. Although, you could exercise a bit more patience sometimes.
Good luck.
I'll be rooting for you.
I have high hopes for you. Show me what you've got.
At least it's not like Metal Gear where Raiden ended up just becoming the new main character just because he... Yeah. And then Metal Gear Rise ended up happening, which is one of the best Metal Gear games, despite not having stealth.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that wasn't included in the second remaster, but I assume that's because Platinum Games.
What? The Orange Star Forces here so soon? But wait, something's not right. Nell wouldn't leave Orange Star's capital city unguarded. Which means a new commanding officer. Excellent. I've lost a few battles lately, but no more. An Orange Star army without Nell is no match for me. It's time to teach this raw recruit what war is all about. Olaf has assembled his army in the heart of Orange Star. This time, Andy takes command all by himself. It's war. No, really.
Andy!
Andy, do you read me?
I love the snarky
No.
mission titles for each level.
Nell, is that you? Is this the transceiver? Yes, Andy, you were trained in this. Maybe. Actually, maybe you weren't. I'm not really sure about Orange Star training at this point.
Is this a transceiver? Solid Snake. Transceiver?
Metal Gear! Metal Gear?
Yeah. God. Like I said, at least Raiden doesn't have that issue.
Yeah. I mean, he sort of does at the start, before he, like, switches personas.
Yeah, and then of course MGS4 and Rising, he just doesn't.
Yeah. That's right, Andy. I'll be using it to contact you from here on out. Since this is your first solo mission, I wanted to make myself available in case you need any advice. Don't worry about me, Nell. This mission is gonna be a piece of cake.
Good luck.
Oh, Andy. You're nothing if not enthusiastic. Good luck.
Good luck. I love that. I love that she's like, you're nothing if not enthusiastic. Okay, have fun. Defend our capital for the bad guys.
Yep. No way for this mech to sneak by easily.
Yeah, it's poorly placed on purpose.
I mean, we could always just set him up anyway and punish the tank for trying to come in. Or we could do...
APC shenanigans. Although I probably
could, but-
wouldn't advise on this map just because, you know, supply will be more limited. So you get to see what Andy's CO power does.
Yeah, it's basically... Isn't it just like Brenner's for repair?
Yeah.
Yeah, restore 2 hit points.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so it basically is Brenner. Or I guess the Brenner before Brenner.
Yeah. his main character for prototype purposes, basically.
I guess depending on if this rocket advances, we probably don't want to get stuck in the choke point.
Yeah, this is the big difficulty spike. You're out of tutorial, now get on to the tough stuff. Basically.
What would we... Well, I guess we also don't have factories, so we probably don't want to just be like sacking stuff either.
Exactly. You just have hyper repair at least. In case you get damaged.
Yeah. So we'll probably...
I think this map is meant to encourage turtling anyways.
Yeah, we'll probably actually hold the bridge. I just don't like the idea of letting the medium tank initiate on me.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm gonna do... Is there a way... Oops. That's not what I meant to do. I guess I can just count it manually, but... I'm used to having the status screen on the bottom from Days of Ruin that just like gives me a crazy amount of detailed explanation on units.
Yeah, I don't blame you. A lot of this game is more trial and error about which units affect which one.
So yes, we'll do... Because this thing's...
Because I don't remember the specifics entirely, I just remember some of them, you know.
Right. Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to let this tank initiate on us, and then... Because he does have 6 move, so it's... I can't really, like... bait him past the choke point without losing too much ground. Wait. Drove up and didn't attack? That's a choice?
Maybe he wants you to kill it.
Olaf. Ah! My losses are done! Drives the tank up and doesn't attack.
Also, the rocket is moved, so you can probably kill that now too.
Well, the artillery is, but...
Artillery, yeah.
Yeah. Gotta be careful not to get baited into sitting in rocket range.
Pretty much, yeah. I love how simple yet different Advance Wars is from Fire Emblem in terms of strategies.
Well, I mean, a lot changes when you can actually sacrifice units.
Pretty much. Which, I know everyone says casual modes teaches sacrificing units, but I've talked about this before, but casual mode really doesn't because it has the whole thing about like it snowballing with EXP
Yeah.
the more your units retreat.
Well, I mean, it does and doesn't, depending on who you're... It depends on the player, because, like, I definitely watched Joe Zyja play on casual, and he just, like, sacked half of his team.
Yeah, it's that if you sack them too many times, eventually it snowballs into they don't have enough EXP.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you can also... Like, he was playing normal casual, so, like, even if he did do that, he could just grind, so...
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's not that big of a deal.
I was just saying in terms of like FE12, since that's my first one, and grinding in that game is no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you could still do Arena with FE12, but it's...
The arena's overtuned too, so...
Yeah. Even on normal?
Even on normal.
Curious.
Like, I actually got a game over from trying to train up Barb on normal.
That's pretty crazy.
The drill grounds resist suffers from the same issues, basically. The only game where I got caught up in was Awakening, but that's because Awakening is like the easiest one to grind in, period. On normal at least.
Right. Although, it's probably easier to do, or it's probably easier to do in Birthright after Fates came out. Because Birthright, you can just go scout out battles in between without needing to buy a Reeking box.
Yeah.
I guess same for Revelation,
Probably
technically.
easy when you have Reeking box spams. Whereas in Birthright, money is you have to spend money to scout, and it's usually more than a Reeking box cost. Of course, grinding is a detriment, and that goes.
I mean...
Not grinding, not like, you know.
I mean, to a degree, like, getting stuck on the map kind of sucks, but also, like, I've seen, like, Kirby's speedrun where he just, like, makes Super Cliff out in the Brigand Shrine.
Yeah, that's what I meant, like, map grinding, not like dungeon grinding. Because I've seen plenty of Kirby speedrun, I know the hard one.
Right. We praise Super
Cliff.
We do.
Yes, we do. I remember Kirby Splits even said Act 3 was Act 4 was Cliff's act. It's like Act 3 over, Act 4 Cliff. And it was like similar for Salco where Act 4 was safer. I love jokes like that in Splits. One of my close friends is speedruns a lot of Shin Megami Tensei games, Freedom Pulse 97. He loves jokes like that in Splits where he makes like a random witty joke for every split. You know?
Makes sense. Yeah, I like when people meme with their splits.
Yeah. One of my favorites was in Digital Devil Saga 1. He used that. You see, there's a character who transforms into a bat in that game that you find 3 times over the game. Originally, those splits were named after the Dark Knight trilogy, the Christopher Nolan one. But then he changed it to the 3 more infamous Batman of Adam West, Michael Keaton, and Ben Affleck. So it's like each one is an infamous portrayal of Batman and film, basically. You get the point, right?
Yeah.
And then also he has like for one time he used to make a joke about dragons being bad and and then he changed it for obvious reasons because he was making a joke about that company. We had to change it when going to submit for RPG. That was great for obvious reasons. You know?
Now I'll show
Like,
you.
there's some really funny... I just love this.
Blizzard!
One of my personal favorite was when he just randomly inserted Mortal Kombat jokes into one of his speedruns. He did Toasty! And get over here! That's two different splits.
Hmm.
It was funny. And then Lucifer in SMT Nocturne was Lucy in the sky with death. For the longest time. He just has some creative splits at this point, you know? Meanwhile, Kirby is consistent with my Donkey Kong every time the Death Knight shows up. Did you ever watch Kirby do his whole chapters speedrun of Free Houses?
Not the whole thing.
I
Like-
watched most of it a couple times, but like that, he just had a running Death Knight counter. Just like the Odo counter on the Sonic Channel 16.
Right.
Which is ideally true comparisons to for that reason. Let me see what Death Knight pops up. Speaking of. Oh, wrong thing. I protect the Pegasus, not that Death Knight.
Oh.
Oops. I thought I pressed that Death Knight, but oops.
Did it actually- Did it actually trigger?
It did trigger.
Okay, I guess
Show up.
the sound from Advance Wars must be like overwhelming it.
Maybe. Pretty helpful. Gets hit by an arrow. I mean, to be fair, you're a Pegasus, so that would mean arrows would do extra damage.
Yep. That is in fact the whole idea behind the redeem. I'm too poor to afford an IOTS.
Hey, to be fair, the reason why Michaelis had that is because Ion was his ancestor, remember? Io found in Macedon in the Arcanea War. Who was originally a slave. He just got his freedom and found in Macedon, which is kind of interesting. This weird supplementary lore stuff, you know?
Right.
That poor soldier just trying to take it free at a time.
Yep. I like how the AI is just like, well, this would be a problem, or this is probably not smart, but you know what, we're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, they're just like focusing on capturing. And the APC. That rocket still hasn't fired, which is interesting.
Yeah, that rocket's zoning us a lot. And we could have gone at him the turn before if Olaf hadn't hit the blizzard.
Well, now I can get him this turn. Now you can capture a building that restores ammo with the max up there.
Yeah, although by the time that's done,
You'll be done with the map.
yeah, probably, or close to it.
Have I ever told you the fun fact about the Fire Emblem Amiibo and Engage? How it was technically, because there are 13 Fire Emblem Amiibo, if you scan the 13, it just gets the extra bond fragment.
Don't know if you have.
It's like there's two Chrome Amiibo, and thanks to how Amiibo are programmed, they're technically separate but similar Amiibo. Because Amiibo check for character first, then.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I have then.
Yeah, I remember you talking about the way it's programmed now.
Yeah. That's how you're able to scan two Chrome Amiibo and get extra bond fragments if you scan the 13 Chrome Amiibo. When there were only 12, you could get bonuses for. As for yeah, just funny little weird quirks to know, you know.
Right.
And like as an Amiibo collector, it's just not sure I have them all already. I have every Smash and FB Amiibo. And the Barracuda Mario and LOZ1. I just wondered if you were going to capture with that.
Yeah, I figured I might as well just because, like, he's out of ammo, or at least I think he's out, so... Or no, I guess he's down to one, but... He's gonna be out as soon as we engage some...
It shows grayed out if empty, and it shows, like... You can see it's showing slide ammo versus no ammo.
Right, yeah. But, like, if I just leave it, he'll... By the time he... Or, like, we engage, say, this with him, then he'll have nothing for either of these, so... And we're waiting anyway, so... May as well. I think we should... We'll learn this guy, because we should have the CO power next turn. I think.
Yeah.
At least I would assume we do enough combat for it. I guess we'll see.
The power of anime.
Yep.
The attacker first thing has always been interesting to me. Because it just means that you can't initiate on enemy phase, you know?
Yeah, we need some time to set up on that one anyway.
Over guaranteed kill. Challenge is interrupter. The over guaranteed crit will always be funny to me.
I guess we didn't get quite enough here. So I thought for sure I'd do enough combat on the bottom to charge it and heal their artillery, but I guess it doesn't matter. Andy, your CO power meter is full. Remember to use your CO power to heal your units and give them an extra attack boost. Timing is everything.
And luckily, CO powers stay full if you just don't use it, as opposed to dwindling after it's full. Like, say, a super meter in a fighting game or whatever. If you had one more death on the infantry, you could have merged them.
I'd be able to merge them anyway, just like losing the one, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like it makes a difference in... how dare they? Nobody plows through my army like that. It's not like it would make a difference in a capture speed, though, either.
Yeah. Nobody hits my army like that, plow them back, proceeds to do nothing.
Yeah. He has very aggressive dialogue, so that he can just not be aggressive.
Yeah.
He's that dog who just, like, sits 5 feet away and yaps at you over and over.
All bark and no bite.
Yep.
At least you don't got that dog in him. That'd be all bite and no bark. back in high school, I made a dumb pun where I made a comic on the back of a gum wrapper about a rapper getting startup. Because it was a gum wrapper. Get it?
Very funny.
It is a legitimately just a dumb pun.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do silly ideas.
Yeah.
Good job, infantry. You got it.
Time for a tune-up.
Yeah.
Hyper repair.
In Advance Wars 2, they had second tiers, so that's cool. Did Days of Ruin have second tier CO powers?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, I couldn't remember because I never played much of Days of Ruin. I just know what happened from it.
Yeah, I played that game to death. I basically,
Good job, Ash.
yeah, good job, Ash, indeed.
Veronica Taylor is a treat. She also voices Micaiah, so that's funny.
I've been through the campaign like 3 times now, twice on stream.
Gotcha.
I've completed the trial max twice over. Once off stream, once
Sounds
on
like you
stream.
had your work cut out for it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Ah, I lost again. The world.
And then I spent some time messing around with the map editor. Unfortunately, it was pretty limited, so it wasn't like
The map editor
awesome,
is
but
awesome
yeah.
in these games.
yeah. But I screwed around with it a bit, so had some fun making some really silly setups. Like the dumbest one I probably did was I put a map with 1 infantry, and the team with the infantry got as many comm towers as I could cram onto the map. And I was like, alright, what if an infantry with every possible comm tower attacked a war tank? It actually wins. It takes like 3 turns, but it does win.
God. That is dumb.
Yeah.
It reminds me of some of the stuff I came up with in Smash Brothers map editors and Smash 4 and Ultimate. One just has a bunch of wind blowing down constantly to making it so you all constantly fall to the ground. But then the platforms are just like sporadic, and there's warps, all which lead to a pitfall, and all which are on each platform.
So you're saying you designed a Thracia Gaiden as a Smash map?
Yes. I just designed some really weirdly designed maps. It's funny. One of them in particular had a non-functioning rotating platform, so it just got stuck on the platform above it.
Sometimes you just gotta troll.
Yeah.
Grr, I lost again! Who in the world are you? My name's Andy.
Fox.
I'm a CO in the... You! The Orange Star Army must be desperate to send such inexperienced COs onto the battlefield. Experienced enough to get the best of you. Burn. Be that as it may, it takes a lot to best me. I'll remember you, mark my words. How can I mark your words? I don't even know your name. My name? I'm known throughout the Orange Star Army as... Nell's grandpa. That's right, Nell's... what? No! That's what I get for being nice to children. No respect. You just watch yourself, little boy.
So that's Olaf, huh?
That's actually some sick burn. as Nell's grandpa. Sick burns.
Hey there!
Fresh supply collectibles.
Look who's here!
Do music.
Yeah, you can buy COs every time you beat, and maps every time you finish every map with that CO as well. And some of them are locked behind Advance Wars 2. Like, that's why I mentioned played on Classic and Casual for Advance Wars 2, you know. Grit, he's voiced by all.
Grit! Grit! Where is that lazy good for nothing?
Easy there. I heard you the
Surprised
first
that we don't
time.
have Yuri Lowenthal in this game, though.
Bearded one. Why you?
Maybe he was busy.
Probably. He's Spider-Man now, so...
Oops, slip of the tongue. Do accept my apologies, Commander.
God.
Enough! Just get ready to move out! Now, listen carefully. Orange Star forces have been deployed precisely where I anticipated.
Okay.
Well, good. All that time spent spying on them from the inside. Sure hope you know what they're up to. Their commanding officer is an untested youngster with a smart mouth, but don't let your guard down. Our contingent in the area has some indirect combat units for you to use. Now, get going, Mr. Sharpshooter.
Hang on there.
Yeah.
Wait,
The whole gimmick is that he's a sniper, so...
hang on. You want me to go personally? Like, in person?
That's what personally means.
Why, you lazy no good? What do you think a commanding officer does if you don't get moving? Alright, keep your beard on. I don't much like the idea of it. I'm going. Gone at last. Grit's an impudent rogue, but he's also the best marksman I've ever seen. That young Orange Star Seer won't know what hit him. Perfect.
It's implied Grit used to be part of Orange Star himself. Because, like, there's some weird lore implications that tie all the characters together. Similar to Fire Emblem, you know.
Right. A new menace has appeared to show off his range. Deploy troops carefully to combat his tactics.
Hope you get factories now.
Yay!
I see the two.
I'm gonna assume this guy is Gauge before Gauge.
Andy,
You can always check.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot
But
of
yeah. I'm making the guess before I look.
A lot of the days that we're in COs are like that, so yeah.
Right. Andy, can you hear me? Come in, please. Loud and clear. What's up, Nell? You've been given the authority to use bases to deploy new units onto the field. Do you need a refresher on how to use bases?
I've got this.
I know how bases work, Nell. Don't worry, I've got this. Yeah, I know how bases work. Bases are my thing. I just don't understand airports. They're tough.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I guess the question will be how readily he advances on us. I guess since he's a sniper, he's probably just gonna turtle. We got 8k.
Luckily, yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess I should
Luckily,
also...
they're on your side. The enemies don't have factories yet themselves. Good luxury for early game.
Grit's indirect combat units gain +1 to attack range, however direct combat units suffer -20 to firepower. Oh, so it's not even part of his CO power. Okay, so his CO power is +2. So his units become 3 houses bonites.
Pretty much. Yeah, because, like, that's his whole point.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely makes Gage look like an amateur.
Let me paint you a picture!
Because Gage only gets the extended range when he activates his CO power. Yeah. So Grit's already got a 1-up on him for having the passive +1 range. So this might end up being like a matter of spamming. Well, I guess we gotta take control of this.
Luckily, they can't make units, but you can.
Yeah. The the price differential here too. I'm used to the infantry costing 1,500.
Yeah. That's why you can just spam max in in Advanced Wars 2. And then there's money is power, which is one of the most busted CO abilities. Basically, it amplifies your damage by how much funds you have. So you can see where that goes off the bat, you know?
Right.
Possum spit.
Because the character that gives you that is really just a rich noble or whatever of Blue Moon.
Yes, there, it wasn't just even Blue Moons to begin with. Blue Moon is just plain greedy. That's what this is. Fun for these folks who just don't sit well with me. Well, guess I'll just mosey on out and see what happens.
Awesome spit.
Andy!
Pick up the transceiver, now! Whoa, Nell, I'm here! What's going on? We've just learned that Grit is the opposing CO. He's an indirect fire expert whose attack range exceeds the standard distance. Worse, his range gets even bigger when he uses his CO power. Make sure you check Grit's attack range throughout the battle and keep it at a safe distance. Understood. Hey, Nell, how do you know so much about this guy? We, used to be close friends. Oh my.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
explanation.
that's all I have to tell you. Nell out.
Yeah, that's the explanation for how he detected the Blue Moon in the first place.
Huh? Nell sure hung up in a hurry. Did I say something to offend her?
Maybe. I think I made it
Sure.
like 2 birds through this game a couple years back, but I couldn't beat the first mission with the true villain, so I kind of gave up after that. Went to Advance Wars 2, but then I couldn't beat that because that game's even harder.
Sorry. You couldn't beat, which now?
Either of them. I got
Alright.
better in Advance Wars 1 because I Got like 3/4 quarters through the game before I gave up.
Oh, 3/4, okay. Yeah, I didn't quite hear how far you got.
Yeah, I just got burned out of 1, went to 2, and then found 2 a little bit tougher and then gave up.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. One of these days I might go back to try beating them, but no, it ain't not
We probably want to try to push this artillery sooner rather than later. I guess I can't. Is there no way to see his gauge?
Nope,
So we're just guessing.
pretty much.
Fun. So the computer could be cheating the gauge and we'd never know.
I think that comes in Advance Wars 2. Because Advance Wars 2 has some missions where you have 2 people on your side and 1 on the enemy. So naturally you have to balance on not just your gauge, but also the CPU green unit gauge, basically. So it shows you have 1's gauges as a result. And then there's the weird 4-player maps that this series loves doing.
Yeah, Days of Ruin has a number of those, and I played, like every time I played a 4-player trial map, it's like, oh boy, this is about to take 3 hours.
It was like that ever since Super Famicom Wars. Super Famicom Wars actually had a lot of stalemates, because CO powers were basically passives back then, like I said,
Right.
and the original Famicom Wars especially was full of stalemates in the maps, because no CO to begin with.
Right, now it's a chain of indirects sitting on each other.
Well, you can begin capturing with one of them. I like the different backgrounds, like I said, it's actually kind of clever.
Yeah, I appreciate that they have the varied.
Bread there.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy his bread there. What are you saying?
I appreciate that they have the varied terrain.
Yeah, I kind of missed that from when games did stuff like that, like Dragon Quest backgrounds, for instance. Or when you got into a fight, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a pain. It's likely this recon moves in and like body blocks us. Unless... I forget what the movement is. Well, let's see. So I think it's 3 for tires A. I don't remember if it's Okay, cities take 1. So if we place... I can't place it far enough. I was like, if I put the APC here, it'll overextend, but the APC is too far away.
Oops. Can't do funny APC strats here.
Nope.
You can always go another anyways. Once you secure more cities for that.
Yeah, I can't quite reach. So he'll probably just end up going like, well, maybe he'll go into the woods. If he drives up, he might be like, yeah, I'll take the terrain that gives me the best bonus.
To the woods with you.
I guess I could save for a rocket. But we're definitely not going to be able to fight him, like, indirect to indirect. So it's probably still better to do tank spam.
Tank goodness.
Otherwise, I mean, I guess recon do have more movement, but they're also worse on the grass, so I don't think it's actually going to help us here if I try to do recons.
It won't.
Yeah.
And to bring in the big guns! Nope, just drove right up there. Good job, I guess.
He's clean shit with that max.
Is this artillery? This artillery looks like he's gonna drive straight up. Like, if we kill this recon, the artillery probably just drives straight into us. The AI be AIing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out after. Let's take care of up here.
Now more fun. Hey, it lives.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a regular tank, so
Yeah.
it was unlikely to kill the recon. Although, I guess we could bring... Should be able to safely bring a tank up to attack from the woods. Or no, wait, I guess not with this artillery here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're just waiting. Let's see.
Tank spam.
Yeah, I only have enough to do tank or infantry at this point. I think we're okay with infantry on the top, so I guess I'll just be buying the tank.
Plus, you have another capture filming to give more gun range next turn.
Okay. Didn't expect that.
They're trying to heal.
Well, I wouldn't expect the artillery to retreat, but I mean, it's a sensible thing to do, but the AI is, like, often not sensible.
Yeah, they're trying to heal. I'm assuming.
Well, the recon's trying to heal, but, like, the artillery decided to retreat instead of...
Artillery retreated, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because they like at least in my experience from like the Days of Ruin AI, when they commit to advancing, they usually commit. So like artillery will just drive up to you anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of the same here. Sometimes.
Alright, so we can do this.
You probably rolled that one, it looks like. Because it was only 40% it said.
It's at 49, I thought.
Oh, gotcha. So you just basically rolled
Yeah,
all
we
the
slightly high roll, but you gained plus 1%. Some nice infantry you got there. It would be a shame if someone shot them.
Almost high rolled that one. Nice mech you got there. Would be a shame if someone shot them.
Yep. Truly the shamiest of shames.
Now you can focus on capturing after that last mech dies.
Yeah. I might still bring... Yeah, I might still build some infantry to bring through to this side, in case we need to cap some cities.
Would be good for fun.
Yeah, I was thinking more for healing, I guess, although... There's always the Theo power. Granted, I have like all of maybe 1/4 of one charge, so might be a while.
Yeah. Andy's steel power builds up very slowly for obvious reasons.
I really miss, coming back to this from, Days of Ruin. I definitely miss having bikes. It streamlines, the capture phase so much more.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be stinging, since that was a Days of Ruin only thing, if I recall.
Yeah.
And that's love the portrait animation so much. They really put a lot of effort into this.
Yeah, definitely a treat, because I'm used to basically like the still pictures with speech balloons from Days of Ruin.
It reminds me of Modern Fire Emblem, at least Engage. And Awakening Fates, I should say too. Where they have like alternate portraits depending on how
Right.
injured you are. Did Free Houses? I forgot if Free Houses did that. Like the alternate portraits depending on how badly injured you are, aside from just the voice line.
Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think they have the alternate portraits in 3 Houses, it's all the voice lines.
Because like I know they did the alternate portraits in Fates and Awakening. And of course Engage switched to models, so they can't really do alternate models.
I mean, the in-engaged expression does still change, though.
It does, yeah. It's not as drastic as like the Free Houses not Free Houses, Awakening Fates ones, where you have like their expression is very clearly different.
Right.
Like Camilla has her eyes shut, for instance. Or Kawaii tongue. On the opposite end, you know.
I could build another APC. It should help move these along faster. But then I wouldn't be able to make another tank. So I guess we'll just have an infantry line.
Also, I'm glad you're enjoying this.
Well, I had a... Oh, man. I mean, we needed a high roll to kill him anyway, but alright, I guess we're not gonna capture that in a more timely manner. Because I wanted to use this... I wanted to use the 7 health one to get a 3-turn capture, but... I guess that's just how it'd be. But yeah, I mean, I was fairly certain I'd enjoy the gameplay. Just because, like, I enjoyed Days of Ruin, and... I don't think there's... Or I was pretty sure there wouldn't be enough differences for me to end up disliking it for any reason.
Yeah, it's not like going back to, say, the original XCOM after playing Enemy Unknown, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things about the 90s XCOM that I think are done better than the modern, but there are also some things that are a lot worse. So, you know.
Apocalypse is my favorite classic trilogy anyway.
Sorry to have to do this, but you've left me no choice.
Because Apocalypse had the politics system.
Right. Ah, damn it.
Snipe attack.
I was hoping to not end up in range of all these. I wanted to jump the rockets before they got to fire off, but oh well. Oh, I guess they really hit my infantry, huh?
Oh.
Oh, because they were capturing. Alright, well, I mean...
Fair enough.
I thought they were attacking the ones down here. I was like, that's kind of weird. But no, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, that is a fair enough
Alright, well, we're gonna have to go in.
Close to capturing it too, because they were a 2-turn capture.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not super torn up about it, but...
Yeah, you almost got the map anyway.
Well, Actually, I was thinking we might need to go in now, but I don't think we do since I guess it wears off after a turn, so there's not really any reason to rush things now. And he's got plus...
Also,
Yeah, he's got plus 10 defense too, so that just means we'll be doing worse damage.
yeah.
So...
At the very least, he can take out one of his heals. Maybe.
So I'm just gonna let him... I'm gonna let him sit there for a turn again, and then I'm gonna jump the rocket when it's not defense boosted.
I'm surprised it didn't attack the APC. With the other one he was attacking.
The APC might have been just out of range.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. One tile out of range. Because this
Wow.
is the maximum range.
So he barely missed targeting an APC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how they tell you what they're strong and weak against is when you build them. I forgot about that. Pretty excited for Ace Combat 8. It's a game I'm looking forward to this year, and since that's a series I didn't think I would like, but then I really enjoyed it. It's one of those series that has its own unique countries to tell its stories with, so that I can go into politics without going into real life, you know.
Right. Because those were... Like, Apocalypse is Megacorps, right?
Ace Combat.
Or, sorry, okay, sorry, I got... yeah, I got it mixed up. Because we were talking about Apocalypse before that. I heard that is
Yeah.
Apocalypse.
That is, but Ace Combat 3 does that too.
Okay.
3's like the end of the timeline, but Ace Combat 0 is the start of the timeline naturally because that's 0 in the title. But like every game is meant starting from Ace Combat 4 was meant to be how we get here to Ace Combat 3, including the remake of 2 on 3DS. Which is a weird choice of console to make a remake of a PS1 game. Yeah, Ace Combat 8 is gonna be probably one of the darker entries in the series, because, like, since it's supposed to lead right into Ace Combat 3 will make it close to the world, chances are you're not gonna save the day.
Fair enough, I guess. Or at least, I guess a smaller victory, you're not saving the world, right?
Well, kinda. In most Ace Combat games, you just stop the war. Since there's no wars in those games are superpower versus superpower, but there's a lot of superpowers in that universe.
Right.
Because you see, a big divergence point from real life history basically amounts to the fact that in universe, the proliferation of nukes never happened. Because that when the solid destruction that it had in Ace Combat 0, it just was like, nope, swore them off. So like, everyone resorts to other super weapons that aren't based off nuclear tech in the series, and it just leads to world wars breaking out every couple of years because there's no mutually assured destruction, you know. Like, there's no philosophy to hear that sort of thing. Basically. So, like, that's how it gets into the politics sort of deal. The world takes place in strange real, because it's meant to have very different but very similar politics to real life. Hence the name Strange Real. It's similar yet different, you know. Oh, hey, great.
How long have you been standing there?
Multiplexer noises.
Hey, Grayson. Well, huh. So if you're throwing a quote around, does it mean you finished Tales of Destiny?
Oh yeah, I recently found out a funny thing about Tales of Destiny.
No?
It did. The funny thing is that the game accounts for rubber banding. I told you about that before, I think so.
You might need to refresh me.
It gives you an invincible Barbados enemy if you go in circles grinding on all.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Anti-grinding, which is such a weird thing.
It is, but then he says, "What you do is run around in circles for." So basically, you have to turn to take off your rubber bands and stop auto battling ASAP. I recently pulled out the rubber bands for Birth by Sleep grinding, so. I used to know about the rubber bands trick. But to be fair, that's like the Stone Age tech.
Right, so... Did you have a good time with it, Grayson? Aside from, like, the localization problem thing?
Luckily, there's a retranslation out there nowadays.
Yeah, I think he was playing the version that still had, like, the problem with the... Because it was, like, a particular puzzle that had a mistranslation on the hints.
Yeah. I think I know the one, because that one's infamous.
And, welcome, Raiders! We are playing through the reboot camp version of Advance Wars 1 and 2, starting with the first game.
Yeah, those puzzles are definitely rough in Destiny.
It's funny that it's been so long since I played Destiny that I barely remember anything about it. I was watching...
I'm playing Eternia, which is known as Destiny 2 in the US, because the actual Destiny 2 didn't get localized here.
Right. Yeah, I remember I was... I was watching some of Grayson's stream and I don't remember these areas at all.
That was me when I first replayed Kingdom Hearts 2, but now I've replayed that game so many times I remember a lot of it. But now I've also played on the Battle Mix version for the first time. Because I only had the PS2 original back then, and then this is around 2.5's release. The HD remastered that includes Battle Mix content.
The enjoyment on the game faded as time went on. Puzzles were rough. Unfortunate. What did you end up giving it as like a final score then? This is probably superfluous at this point, but you know. We'll just keep making dudes. Why not?
You can also keep capturing. Woo! Only 2 more turns until that one's captured. You'll probably win though.
You can't hide.
I mean, I guess his indirects his directs get a slight boost, but like, all the units that could actually benefit at this point are kinda dead.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it kept the tank from dying, barely.
6 and a 7, you say? Sorry, I had to.
Between a 6 and 7, but you settle on 6. If the game ended about 10 hours prior, it would have been a 7+. Oh. Was the last leg really that bad?
I couldn't tell you.
'Cause yeah, like I said, I don't remember it, so I'm like,
My Tales of Experience is limited to the beta game.
Last half was a dungeon rush and they kept adding more and more, damn.
Ooh.
Maybe that's why I ended up not liking Destiny as much, because I don't remember it as fondly as I do like Abyss or even Symphonia.
I'd say play Eternia of the PS1 ones rather than Destiny. Or Destiny 2, quote unquote, as is the original localized as. Damage at a time.
Yep. I mean, I'm just trying to get him low enough that he doesn't heal enough that he does significant damage to my tanks, because there's no way I actually kill it.
Yeah.
Although he's also now trapped and in range of my artillery.
You can also try capturing that one since he's still got one more turn.
Yeah, I guess we might as well do this, because it's not like I'm gonna do an HQ capture at this point.
Yeah. Since you still got one more turn, you can potentially capture multiple buildings too. Since you got that one that has 8 left with the 4 people.
Yeah. Alright, and I guess I'm gonna be cheeky. Just,
Time for a tune-up.
no, like we can use it any other time where I do anything. So I'm gonna do this, and now he's gonna be stuck dealing less damage to the tanks that have him surrounded.
He probably just loses on energy phase. Maybe not, actually.
No. I mean, it's a medium tank sitting on a city.
Fair enough.
Oh, almost. We're gonna give this tank the revenge.
I've never actually seen that bridge one. Because I never fought on a bridge. Not gonna capture the 2 cities to be cheeky.
Yeah. I guess there's not a lot of opportunity to fight on bridges. There's not that many portions of the map.
Yeah. Hey, now you were 2 over instead of exact. Wow. 69 damage. Nice.
Hey there,
Yes.
Junior.
Nah, Shin!
Don't call me Junior.
I have a name, it's Andy!
That's the spirit.
Well now, as the spirit, y'all are new to the Orange Star Army, right? Maybe, but how would you know that?
Uh-huh.
Well now, it's 'cause I'm Grit. I was beholden to Orange Star not too long ago myself. So I'm pretty familiar with most of the military types. Well, y'all got me beat this time. Who knows, maybe we'll see each other on the flip side. So long, Junior.
Stop calling me Junior.
Hey there!
Fresh collectibles.
Well now, what have we here?
Orange Star Forces, if I'm not mistaken. And, of course, I never am. But I heard that the Blue Moon Army ruined them. Or I had heard that the Blue Moon Army ruined them, but...
How interesting.
It's Spirit from one of the only three spirits from the series in Smash.
I think I'll entertain them for a while. Mysterious new foe has appeared at the bay. Time for fight or flight, or both.
Oh! We're getting close to the airport scene because his whole point is air superiority.
Right.
I mean, his name's Eagle.
Commander!
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, game just likes being real on the nose. Commander! The area appears to be occupied by unidentified forces, sir. Well...
And the Morningstar Troop.
That's not good. Didn't Nell say this area was empty? As in, no enemies?
Andy!
Andy, come in! Do you copy?
Nell!
There are hostile forces here! So it seems, but those aren't Blue Moon troops. I'll see what I can find out. Hold your position. If you need it, we have a base here you can use as a last resort. Ah, but what if we gathered our own intel?
I think this one's a survive map, so...
So buffs air units, debuffs naval units. Eagle's non-foot soldier units that have already carried out orders can move again. However, all of his units...
Too, Kirby.
All of his units have decreased firepower and defense. Huh.
Yeah, it's basically equivalent to a Blitzkrieg. Because they're supposed to be like Germany based.
I see some fighters. Oh boy, a bomber, huh?
Yeah, like they're the Germany base. You can see they got a castle as their home HQ. So like of the... We have yet to see the Japan one, but you can...
Right. And the planes are going to be the biggest issue here. That's not...
Yeah. You can always check to see if this...
Whereas...
Oh, it's not survive, I guess. I thought there were survive maps, but I guess not.
He's an angry boy.
Angry bird, if you will. Which I'm still...
Yeah, but there are no pigs for him to hurl himself at here. He's in the wrong place.
Hey, he could be in Sonic Racing Cross World. Plus, we don't know how many CEOs exist in the Lawrence world.
I guess, but Andy is markedly not a pig.
No, Colin in the next game is, though. He's a capitalist, which is again with his whole CO power.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do to stop him. Alright.
Seems like I paid my quota.
Alright, see you in a bit.
It'll be like 5 minutes, because my kitchen's right next to my game room as is my bathroom.
Alright. I don't think there's anything I can do to stop this factory capture. So we'll just proceed here and take this factory.
Alright, I'm back. Like I said, it wouldn't take long.
Right. Well, welcome back regardless. 6,000. What can we do with that?
I remember one time. I was talking to Mom about my Sega Master System, and she misheard me as sadomasochist. It's like, is this something you're not telling me?
I mean, depending on the game you're playing, you might be a Sega masochist.
Yeah. Well, given she's a church girl that is also a lawyer, it kind of checks out. I have to know as my ringtone for her for that reason. Just, you know, Mom.
Alright. Might actually build an APC here. Because we need to get these troops up to the front. And it's not like we can afford a tank.
Meanwhile, my brother has Bell Rock, Street Fighter 2 theme. My dad has 02 from Kirby, so that means both my parents are Altered Abominations and my brother is a major villain. Sounds about right. You know. My generic ringtone is just Pursuit Corner from the original Ace Attorney.
Of course. It's a pretty popular one.
Yeah. It used to be Who Are You by The Who, because if you're a generic calling, Who Are You? But I changed it off that. Either way, some of the other custom ringtones I haven't used in years because I don't really have people calling me much.
Right. Yeah, I haven't used ringtones in forever. Like, I have my phone on silent even, so when it
My mom forces me to keep it off silent. That's why I have Pursuit Corner for the scam calls and just custom ringtones for the people that actually do call me.
Yeah, I just have it so it buzzes. But yeah. I basically don't get calls unless they spam, so it's like whatever
Mom
for
just
me.
Forces me to keep it on, so might as well have fun with it.
Right.
I once had Dad use the Gen 2 champion theme for me, and I was like, I have taught this man well. Because him using game music for my ringtone was funny.
Right. Let's do... Place this mech here so we can capture the factory with it.
When I was a teenager, my parents both had their ringtone for me be Smelled Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. You know. Because I was a teenager at the time, so that makes sense.
Right. Maybe a little on the nose there, though.
Yeah, which is why I didn't like it back then. Kept telling them to change it, they never did until I was no longer a teenager.
He actually doesn't have that many tanks. But we can't afford an AA.
I'm surprised Nintendo Music hasn't added more Fire Emblem tracks yet. Because so far they've only added FE7 at launch, Engaged on the anniversary last year, and then Awakening and Power Radiance this year. Power Radiance entirely the NSO release. Like, I'm surprised they haven't added stuff like at the very least Genealogy or Mystery or something, you know. Because Nintendo Music does have a lot of Japan-only releases, so it's not like they're out of question, you know.
Yeah, kind of curious, I guess.
Not only that, but like, I'm more surprised they haven't added Bates or Free Houses. I can understand hopes of the Warriors games not coming because, well, those are by Koei Tecmo. But for the main series, they only have 4 of the 17 games on the music service right now, you know.
Yeah, I don't know, it might just not be a priority.
Yuppie Bogus has some really good banger remixes. Because like everybody gets a medley of songs for their games. With, like for example, like starts with Life Returns. It goes into the battle of the beginning and stuff like that. You know. Kind of weird, but like. I'm surprised Shadows has decent music at least. That game getting no marketing was just weird. They literally shadow dropped it.
Yeah, I don't understand what they were trying to do with that game.
At very least it's found its niche now that people know about it, you know.
Yeah, I suppose.
No small part thanks to Heroes being the more popular one.
Yeah, of course. But it still definitely gives the impression that they dropped it as an excuse to release the Uma-Lin for Heroes.
Yeah. Which now we have Catboy Ephraim. So
yeah.
we can do a Shadows Cup next 2 years. We'll probably have to see Catboy Ephraim get into Heroes.
Yeah.
I doubt they're gonna not do a Shadows Cup for the final 2 years of the game's lifespan. Because we still got like the 2 more years of Ragnarok, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just like partly an excuse so they can re-release the popular characters again, but without people questioning why they have a bajillion ults.
I'm surprised the boss managed to win twice in a row. that was a surprising.
So I guess he's lightning driving to attack my T-copter with the 1 hit point one. Well, my B-copters are definitely... No, they're not dead. Shockingly. Yeah, wait, he didn't even attack! What was the point then? It's a T-copter, too! It's not like it can counterattack his fighter. I'm confused.
They waited for lightning drive to pick off.
But he waited to do that and then did almost nothing with it. Oh dear, Handy! I know who you've encountered. Those are Green Earth troops. I'd heard rumors that there was an independent battalion roaming about. I believe you found them. Watch out for their air units. They're supposed to be brutal. You're a little late with that intel, Nell.
Oh no.
Oh no, are you already under attack? Well, good luck. I'm sure you'll figure things out.
Nell?
Nell? Nell? She left me! Well, guess it's all on me now. Well, good news, Andy. Eagle is apparently not very good at using his air units. Many such cases? Is this just like something Eagle has a reputation for as an AI?
Pretty much. That's why a lot of these CL powers are better in the hands of the player.
Right.
The very least, here got most of the map unlocked as is.
Yeah. Well, this is a very bad time for this poor infantry.
136! Look, you just gotta channel your inner cricker. Over guaranteed. I love that. Go bully!
Look,
Please no bully.
Eagle asked for it. If he didn't want to get bullied, he shouldn't have picked a fight with us.
It's War Crime Simulator, after all.
Yep.
APC to draw attention. Yeah, if they do a Shadows Conference CYL 11 and 12, you know, I suspect we'll probably get some of the more public characters that aren't just free out the door as opposed to Tsubasa in the game again. Because how else are they gonna? Because they're probably banking on banked on Veronica winning flying or Adel, but instead, you know, Tsubasa. They were probably banking on that. Let's be real.
I mean, probably, but they also know they've been upset in previous years, so...
Yeah, and Tsubasa got a double upset. Let's go for the main one, because they were already gunning for the main one. Meanwhile, FOMO being the new Eternally Burned is probably the most hilarious part. You know. Oh yes, the Demon King. So close to getting a chosen legend all, but so close to getting a CYL all, but so far. every year now. The real question is, what would a brave FOMO even look like?
I don't know.
I'd assume it'd be him before he got sealed in the Sacred Stones, but who knows? Unless they just accidentally give it to Leo and it's like, oh yeah, it's totally not Leo's wedding. Would be in character given we know Leon is manipulating Polo.
Yeah.
Rather than the other way around. Oh no, you're APC! Right, he has the factory too.
Yep. Took him a bit to capture it though. But this bomber is the big problematic thing, so...
Yeah, because they're superiority. You can't really build that stuff anyways after you kill it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
No airports.
Yep. No fighters of my own.
This is a no-fly zone. Yeah. A friend and I from Terrace Forest at one point were talking about what an FE8 sequel would look like that is in the style of Mystery or Radiant Dawn. And, you know, and then everything went to crap a few years later. You know.
Well... I mean...
Because that's basically what happened in both Mystery and Radiant Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of politics. It's gonna eventually end that way.
Yeah. But I'm surprised they never did something like that for Sacred Stones, you know? So me and them, especially since there's so much more they didn't explore in the game itself. Like, we never found out anything about the heroes that sealed Cuomo with the stones themselves. Just their weapons that they use to seal them with, you know?
Yeah, it was... it's a pretty underbaked setting, so...
It was more on the interpersonal complex anyways, let's be real. Which is why people love it so much, is because it's more personal as a conflict than, you know, world building.
Yeah, I mean, like, story-wise, sure, it works as the more personal thing, but... It's, like, the setting as a whole is kind of underbaked, so it's...
Partially because it was short, let's be real.
Yeah, so... They'd have to really flesh things out if they wanted to return to it, I guess.
Which is why I feel like a sequel in the vein of FE3 or 10 would work. Like, and then everything would happen all over again, sort of deal.
Yeah, I guess.
Might be a bit hard to return to that, because IS is kind of afraid to do some of the stuff they did in, like, the GBA and Talius eras and stuff. Because, like, the character stories in GBA were a lot darker than the plots themselves, for instance, you know? You had, like, everything regarding Carol and Carla. You had Renault. You had Renault, like... Character stories were Zephiel, Wrecker, Gonzalez. There were a lot of darker character arcs in GBA, and they just don't want to do that anymore, so... You know.
Yeah.
Which is understandable, but, like, that's part of what made the series work, was that every character in your army had their own unique character arc, you know? At least in the early years.
Yeah, I mean, we still get a little bit of that, but because of the, they say the 3 has its way of doing paralogs, nothing can actually stick in a way, so it feels odd when the characters appear in the main story, and they can't really reference their development and whatnot, because they might not have done it. There's too many variables.
Yeah. So like that's what would be ideal for a Nightmare sequel, would be going back to what they did in the earlier years, where they would just like make every character have their own unique arc, and some of them would be unabashed in how dark they were, you know. It's like some of them were pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Even as far forward as like Tullius. Well, especially Tullius, but like GBA as well, you know.
And we still get stuff like Yunaka.
Yeah, or Zoltov.
Yep.
Or Alfred. Yeah. Because Alfred being terminally ill was definitely, like, you don't expect that one to hit you as hard just because he's a funny, strange guy, you know?
Yeah.
So the moment funny, strange guy becomes less funny with his obsession over strange, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Of course, Three Houses came the closest to replicate all the really weird crap that happened in games prior to Awakening. Considering, like, you have stuff like the reason why Ignace became friends with Raphael, for instance, you know?
Yeah.
Or just anything involving the press system. Full power was created by the government and how it was enforced later on. Now I'm reminded of a dumb meme with Summer Alcina. Which, why was that even an alt?
Because she's, like, popular enough to...
Why?
Yeah, and... I guess because they were popular enough to go for it.
I get they wanted to go for Empress idea, but like, if they want to do that, it would have been easier to pair Edelgard with her inspiration of Orbit. You know.
I mean,
like, there was me myself, regardless, where it was like Altena was saying, "Come on, swim, the water's fine," except it was actually a lot deeper. So Edelgard just sinks to the bottom of the floor because she was floating over deep water. That's what happens when you have the power of floating, I guess. I remember some really
I'm
dumb
all
memes like
ripped
that.
up. Hyper
One particularly
repair.
dumb meme I remember was where they recreated the episode Krusty Krab train video from SpongeBob with the Order of Heroes.
They definitely have the capability to check for parallel completion given today's situation, but yeah, it wasn't something they went out of their way for. I mean, they were already massively overextended as they were, so... even if they wanted to, I don't think they could.
Yeah, Mariana does change your character ending a bit, though, if I recall. Just hope they do multiple viewpoints, unfortunately, rather than rounds, but we'll have to see. It kind of seems to me, from the only trailer we got, that it was like leaning towards, you know, the Radiant Dawn style viewpoints.
Yeah, I would be happy if they do a Radiant Dawn style, but considering it's a Finland game, I would probably put my money on them deciding to do more red split stuff.
We'll have to see. We need to wait for the trailer for certain.
Yeah, I just think that because they're probably trying to recreate the Finland lighting in a bottle, they're gonna be... Oh, nice, high roll. They're gonna be shooting for replicating as many elements as they can.
Yeah. Which, I still wonder how they're gonna treat Finland's endings if it's a sequel. I feel like they'll just do it to Deus Ex.
Yeah.
These are canon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Just the easiest way is to say, like, yeah, they all happened. How? Don't ask. Reasons, things.
Yeah. We'll just have to see here on this. That'd be interesting if doing the route split Zane. Like make it more than just a big first choice like it was in 3 Houses of Fate.
Yeah, 3 Houses doing it as like a choose your starter Pokemon type deal was just a little bit disappointing. Like,
Did that better, which is saying a lot given its insane.
Yeah.
Gonna end the map.
Yep.
Lost?
I just wanted to shoot his units up because I could. And, you know, to pad out my score a bit.
Fair enough. I lost?
Yeah.
That hardly seems possible.
Yeah, wow, it's almost like you drove your fighters into the middle of my force and did nothing with them.
Yeah.
Huh? It's you, Andy!
Oh,
Finally, someone who knows my name, but, who are you?
Don't play dumb with me.
Don't play with dumb with me, boy!
Foreshadowing.
I'll never forgive you for what you've done!
huh?
Okay, Gary. So, continuing to feign ignorance, eh? Very well, enjoy your ruse. The next time we meet will be the last. Hey, wait up! He's gone. Yeesh. What was that all about?
There's a very good reason for that you'll see later on.
Who was that guy? At least he got my name right.
At least he got my name
Yeah.
right.
He's awfully happy about that.
Hey there!
Alright, we do have ads coming up. I'm going to go refill my water real quick, let those run, and then we'll continue with, I don't know, stuff. I guess I don't know if I'm gonna be ambushed by yet another new face or what, but be right back. Alright, and we're back.
Also, Dad's going to bed now, so I'm gonna move my PC.
Okay. Get you a few then. By the looks of the game structure, just from the advertisements, we're probably gonna wait for everyone to come together first before we split. I mean, it makes sense, but also, depending on how they do the story, that could happen, like, pretty quickly, depending.
It could be like Fates, where they just do it 7 chapters in,
Yeah.
for instance.
Because, yeah, like... I mean, Fates rushes it quite a bit.
It's at least not, like, immediate, like Three Houses, where it's still pretty fast.
Right. Yeah, and then... I mean, it's kind of weird, because 3 Houses is like... It's fast, and then it doesn't really route split until the time skip, but...
Well, until shortly before time skip, because you have to make it to chapter 12.
Yeah. So, like, until basically, yeah, more or less that point, so... So there's technically a longer time, so it makes it almost feel worse that you make the Pokemon starter choice.
I mean, to be fair, they give you different cutscenes on White Clouds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different, but it's not as different as it probably should have been for if it was supposed to be, like, a real serious red split. And I think part of it is that just, like, having 4 routes, they had to do as much copy paste as possible, so everyone gets the Lion story instead.
Yeah.
Another flop Burger King fight. You thought Rathniel was supposed to be consistent. Ike even missed a crit. Oof. I mean, it's not super consistent. Like, it's better than Ether, but, like, if you want the most consistent setup, it's Wrath Adapt.
Yeah, that's what Kirby recommends.
Yeah, that's what I prefer as well, just because if I'm going strictly for the BK win, that's what I want. Because, like, with the Max Mouse experience thing, I only did Wrath Nihil because I absolutely needed Adapt for Marcia to make the turn count clears on the other maps.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I absolutely would have allocated the Adept to Ike.
And, like, due to how pathway skills work compared to Radiant Dawn, where you can't unequip them.
Yeah.
Also, PC has a 50 move.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh. Well there. I recognize you from the opening. Who are you?
I'm Max, a CO in the Orange Star Army.
I was ordered to back you up, so here I am. My backup, huh? So what's special about you? Wow, rude much?
Oh
Yeah, Max's whole thing is artillery.
You get right to the point, don't you, pal? I'm the king of direct combat. Need someone to mix it up? I'm the best. And when I really get rolling, Max Force boosts my firepower even higher.
He's the opposite of Grit.
Cool.
That's right. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but why focus on the negative? It's time to choose the next battle.
Looks like we have 2 options. Max Strikes or Max Strike. Oh, it's playing as Max or Andy, I think.
Yep. Luckily, in post-game, you can choose the one you didn't choose here.
Well, I want to check Max out, so let's do this one. Max's tanks are always grade A, but this particular battle will be 1 at C.
Like, basically, if you want to play the opposite one, you can just play it in post-game, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
You
I would-
So, have to replay the whole game, it'd be a plus.
That's kind of silly-ish. I guess I can forgive it for, like, the original implementation for being older, but... Yeah, actually, for the newer implementation, I would have preferred they did it like Wargroove, where you just have the option to replay anything at any point, any branch, whenever you want.
Well, you can replay any mission, but you're locked into the one you played the first time until...
Alright. But no, I guess, I don't know if Wargroove... Yeah, I suppose Wargroove doesn't have 8 branches, but...
It's like, you can go back to mission 6 right now, but...
Right.
After mission 7, you can't play the alternate mission 7 until post-game.
Yeah, that seems a little bit weird to me. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but...
It's at least better implemented than the original.
Yeah. It's still kind of weird that they went, like, halfway instead of just being like, you can choose any mission you want at any point, as long as you've unlocked it.
In the original, it was meant to help determine the final mission, too. There's choices in the campaign would affect who you send as backup in the final mission. But here, you can just choose which CO from your allies is backup, so...
I see. Alright, well, let's go have a naval battle with Olaf, I guess.
Also, one of the story arcs, right after you get Sami, you're encouraged to play the first free that whole story arc. Right after you get her with just her, which is easier said than done because the story arc that you get her in is now built for her. But that gives you a secret story arc in the original. Here it's just a mandatory story arc, the secret story arc is.
Well, hello there, Max. Nice to see you helping out. How you doing, Nell? Now that I'm here, what's the kid gonna do? Oh, Max, you haven't changed a bit. Don't get too cocky. Andy may be young, but he's already quite the capable CO. If you're not careful, he may just pass you up in the ranks. Do you need a refresher course on C units? Nah. I know what's what. Thanks for checking in. Okay then. Sounds like you got a handle on that. She really does like bobbing there.
Yeah.
She's enjoying this far too much.
There's one scene in Avengers 2 I find really funny. You see one of the bad guys, you see one of the new COs, the same Sensei, and he's the mentor of Kanbai from Yellow Comet. And he's heavily implied to be one of the COs from the Super Famicom Wars, except retired.
Huh. Okay. I can handle this, no problem!
So, like, there's a scene where he's like, you got me angry, you won't want to see me when you're angry. The fellow immediately realizes who he is and hightails it out of there. It's like, wait a minute, there were reports in our files about a certain veteran, and then he just puts 2 and 2 together and flees off the path. It's funny.
Alright, so the battleship's here. I kinda knew going in. I'm used to the Days of Ruin ones I can move and attack, so it definitely changes my...
I was thinking with the submarines in this one, which is actually really cool.
So this changes my strategy a little bit, in that I can...
Submarine strategy is actually crucial to naval battle.
I can afford to just do this, because I know they won't hit me.
It's like diving, and you will want to dive at some point with submarine strategy.
Well, of course, but I wanted to kill that...
Submarine.
I wanted to kill the frontal battleship, which I needed one sub to do, and these ones can't hit my sub because of the inability to move and attack, so now this one can dive.
Is blocking them. That reminds me. There's always this one. The chapter 2 boss of FE3 Book 2 always throws me off guard because he moves.
Oh,
And yeah,
which one?
Yeah. So I always forget to counter that every time I replay that map, so I have to restore it and then get it.
No, which map was that?
the chapter 2 of FE3 Book 2. The one where you recruit Caesar.
Oh, I also didn't check.
Basically, it's where the Draco Knights show up for the first time.
So we had plus 50 firepower on direct combat vehicles, I guess?
Yeah. The Draco Knights aren't the issue.
No, his indirect combat units suffer -1 to attack range. Yikes.
He's literally meant to be the opposite of Grit, in case it wasn't obvious.
Yeah. Max Force. Max's non-foot soldiers or direct combat units gain plus 35 firepower and 10 to defense.
Love the flavor on the likes and dislikes they added to this version. Give each character more accurate. Give each character more flavor because they added a like and dislike.
Alright, non-foot soldier, direct combat, and transport units gain +1 to movement range. These other units gain +10 firepower and defense. So this is like... I guess Will is modeled after Max.
Just a little bit of firepower for direct unit. A little
Yeah.
bit.
So if we wanted to go in here... 82 damage, I see.
Yeah, this is why you're not recommended to use Andy for this mission, because it's actually harder for obvious reasons.
And yet they gave me the higher star ratings, implying this one would be harder for Max.
Yeah, it's not like Sammy. Sammy, when you unlock her, she immediately gets thrust into the hardest missions in the game for her, and she is required to play all 3 of them to unlock the secret story arc, but again, they just changed that here. That secret story arc is really hilarious, by the way. So like they changed it from EX missions to just mission 18, 17, 19, 17, 18, 19.
Makes
and
sense.
Numbered the remaining one.
Hey, Yutakira Risu. Thanks for the hydrate.
Thanks for the spite. That's one you rarely get to see compared to Beppis and the Boba Tea.
Yeah. Oddly, because like they are equal chances.
Yeah. That's the death knight.
I don't know.
What kind of...
I don't know if
How
this
many Death Knights do you have in there? I know you have Black Knight, Death Knight, Darth Vader, and Dark Helmet. Are there any more?
No, I think it's just the 4.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I haven't really made any.
The most.
Yeah, I haven't made too many additions to many of these in a while. The Gren one is the one that gets updated, yeah, more frequently.
Just because it's funny.
Yeah, I mean it's the one that people enjoy the most, so I tend to put more effort into it.
Which is why I still want a Memori one, even if it would be harder, just because you'd have to find the assets. That's not
Right.
the heroes.
Yeah, I just because there's fairly like a decent amount of time involved in adding an entry, so.
Yeah, because you have to make the like 280. I mean the 300 texture or whatever, where it says how many points you got rid of.
Well, it's more like the assets and then the scripting is technically a little bit clunky. I think the way I'm programming it is not really the way the devs intended it to be used, but I don't know.
Makes sense. And then there's
That's the death knight.
But yeah, if you ever play Octopath, I wonder what they're gonna do for the second half of Octopath Champions of the Continent story. Because now they're doing one for the Octopath 2 continent, remember?
Oops, I thought that was part of like his start of turn stuff, so I skipped one of the lines. Oh well. My battleships rule the sea. Is there anything more I need? No, nothing at all!
Send yourself under.
Attack, attack, attack!
They were telling you to send yourselves under. That's what Grit said.
Yeah. Well, ain't he like a dog with his favorite bone? As long as you're happy, boss.
Let the winds of war. Blizzard.
Ah, the pre-charge. We love pre-charges.
That's why I was recommending putting it under, you know. Because now he's gonna come at you with more range. In any case, yeah, with
Okay. There's the driving the artillery up thing that I was thinking about.
oh, that's funny.
Also, I like how the tank drove into range of my lower ranged artillery.
Yeah.
Like, thanks, I guess.
Yeah. There was... I can't remember what I was gonna say. It was something about... It was something about, like, the... Oh yeah, Octopath Zero. Because the GOTS game is based off as now doing an Octopath 2 version of the story. So I wonder if they'll just do like an Octopath 0.5 or a DLC for Zero or whatever. And since they tried Live Alive lore into Octopath lore, they might just do that as a DLC, but people already found a way to just, you know, put it back in anyways, via mod. So if you ever play Zero, install that mod to play the event, I guess.
Alright.
It does spoil a big twist to Live Alive, but it's funny, you know. Cool that they left the events in, even if they haven't implemented them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just that they had no reason to remove it from the code.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of scripted stuff, you can simply just change the memory address or whatever you're putting it at. So there's like not any serious reason to remove stuff directly.
I just wonder what they're gonna do for the Octopath 2 side of the story, you know. They might just... Because that'll just be weird. Considering that we're released the Octopath 1 content as, well, Octopath 0. So what are they gonna call it? Octopath 0.5? Octopath 02?
That's a good question.
Whenever they finish the Octopath 2 side of the content, that makes it offline version.
We're almost charged, so I guess next turn I can probably jump them.
Yeah.
Although, I guess we'll have to see how far I can reach.
To be fair, our close is gonna end.
Well, I mean, even with the +1 move, I'm not sure how far I can actually reach in terms of doing serious damage here.
Yeah.
So it might have to be the turn after that.
Oh, they're capturing. Don't need to, but they are.
Yeah.
Well, there goes those units.
Yeah. I wanted to redirect the damage off my tanks, so... Because, like, I need the tanks.
Yeah, because that's Max's game plan. And there goes the APC.
Yep.
Well, almost.
No, it's definitely gone now.
Okay, yeah, tank. The AI just hates the APCs. It's probably the best AI breaker strat.
Yeah, any transports, it seems like they're very, very offended by.
Yeah, because they can get around the map easily.
Alright, drive your rocket into me, sure, why not? Well, I guess we don't have to worry about being able to reach now, because he drove into range.
Luckily,
Yeah,
you can also jump more in the battleship.
Max Force!
You sunk my battleship. Time for a very, very funny button. The do not press button. Damage.
Yep. Bye-bye, battleships.
You sunk my battleship.
Not quite. Although we can...
Indirects are still doing more than they should.
Yeah, we can get... I mean, it does still get +10 to attack and defense for them.
Yeah.
So I could dive or go on this one with him. But I want to move, like, out here so that we can move the mech in.
Hopefully high roll.
Didn't need to high roll just because we only had like 17 or 18 there.
Oh, gotcha.
Alright, the soldiers can't. Forgot, the mech can actually go in. Oh, my Will-esque play. Can't do it.
Yeah, Max can only move 2 in this one.
Yeah. Because I was... Yeah, just because Max is not infantry. Because, like, I was thinking of how I play with, like, Will in Days of Ruin, where it's just +2 move to all direct combat units. So suddenly 4 move mechs with +30 attack.
Wow. That sounds stupid.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Nah, it's a little bit of damage.
Now you can kill the rocket.
Yep.
196. That's all. That's almost double.
We hit that rocket so hard its crew's parents felt it.
That worked. You'll probably win next turn.
Well, the medium tank's probably gonna attack one of my regular tanks, so it's not gonna die.
And those infantry will be too busy capturing as usual.
Yep.
The fury of nature!
Oh, he's doing it again, huh?
Blizzard.
Oh, he's going after my medium tank. Okay.
Interesting maneuver. Oh, they even changed the terrains when you have Blizzard active. That's cool. That's actually cool. I didn't notice that.
He thought he could out-tank me.
Out tank. Isn't that just the DPS though?
I mean, he can be a tank and DPS at the same time.
True.
That's what we call a... That's what we call a Fire Emblem Juggernaut.
No, on TV tropes they call that a Mighty Glacier.
That too.
Those infantry might actually take down your tank if you're not careful.
And they'll have to actually be able to attack it from both sides. And they can't.
Yeah. Still funny to say an infantry took down a tank though. That battleship ain't doing much.
No.
Oh, they're going after the mech. That's actually smart.
And they're also ramming their artillery into my artillery.
Again.
Are they trying to ship artilleries here? Is this the agenda?
Ship artillery. Statements that have never been uttered. And DG. You only lost like what, one unit that whole time?
We lost the transports.
Yeah, 2 units plus whatever is loaded.
Yeah, the transports. There was an infantry and the sea transport,
Yeah.
and
Otherwise,
then
you lost.
one of the regular tanks too. But it's not bad.
Yeah. That one tank hung on by a thread.
Yeah. How's that? What do you think of my power?
Oh, yeah!
Wow, Max, there's no way I could do that much damage.
Yeah.
That's right. As long as I didn't use my... Oh, as long as I didn't use my indirect combat units, that is. Ooh, you. That's exactly right, Andy. Max doesn't use indirect combat units because he's clumsy. And your range of fire is too small. That's life-threatening, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'll
I think
do-
he's meant to be the jack of all, master of none.
I'll do just fine without relying on those units. I wonder about that. At any rate, excellent work, Max. Now, you two work together and try to get along.
Let's do it.
You're the lady. Let's stop fighting and do this, Andy.
Yeah!
I think she was talking to you, Max.
That about wraps it up.
Yeah, Max should be fine, for sure.
That about wraps it up.
And to be fair, he can still use rockets to cover his tanks before they go on their murder spree.
Hey there!
Yeah.
Just need to deter the enemy from diving us, that's all.
More collectibles. At some point, you're probably gonna. Like, this is the easiest way to grind is by redoing missions, so.
Grit! Grit!
Right.
Where are
If you ever want to buy out the shop, you know, you can.
Where's that gun-toting fool?
Right here, boss.
Oh, right, you take out the factory right now. Because some rival nations have factories and others have capitals.
What's all the hollering about? Hollering? Let me tell you something, you smart mouth. My apologies, Commander. Exalted Commander. I'm at your service.
this?
It's better. You just remember your place. Now, listen closely. Those units we saw earlier have advanced even further into our territory. This is your chance to redeem yourself, Grit. Do you understand me? Do what needs to be done. Right, so I should wait here and... Wait! What do you mean wait? Where just our troops are advancing? Oh, okay. Understood. If duty calls, your humble servant Grit will answer. If I didn't know any better, I might think you weren't taking this seriously. Yay! Fog of War against Grit. I can't wait to get attacked by the bajillion rockets from 8 tiles away.
Yeah, it's a 3-star mission for a reason. The star level gets it up to 10, I think, by endgame.
Yeah, I think I'd rather use Max for this, since it's not like I can out-indirect the indirect guy.
Let's roll.
Yeah. But yeah, like, if
Sniper!
you want to play every map, it's possible, basically, without needing to, you know.
Commander!
You also view the whole world map before you even get access to all the missions, too.
Please be advised, our vision is greatly compromised in these conditions. We can see almost nothing, sir. Just our luck. More Fog of War. What's Fog of War? Oh, yep. There we go. Andy with no memory. Please,
Saw this, Andy.
please tell me you're joking. Hasn't Nell already run you through all this? See that hazy stuff blocking your vision? That's Fog of War. I can only guess what kind of enemy troops are hidden under there. Hidden? Well, how do we find them? Well, recon units have a pretty good vision range, so let's send those out first. But if we leave them out in the open, they'll be sitting ducks. So our safest bet is to leapfrog them from wooded area to wooded area.
This was the actual first Fog of War, the original, if I recall.
Oh, it's... So it's a joke against Andy now, right?
Yep.
Units hidden in woods are almost impossible to spot. That sounds pretty easy. Don't you realize the danger, Andy? If we can hide units in the woods, then so can our opponent. And if we're not careful, those hidden enemies will pick us off one by one. Ready to move out? Then let's go. Let's see.
And of course, you don't really have factories.
Yeah. I guess this is another thing I'm missing from Days of Ruin is that no flare unit.
Yeah, they added a lot of unit types in later games. Advance Wars 2 usually has some new units.
There's gotta be something here then.
Maybe it's a secret shop because the tile looks off. Wrong LIS series.
Yep.
I kind of miss secret shops. It gave me an incentive to look in for that one specific tile.
Well, if we kill this guy, they shouldn't be able to see us.
Luckily, I always memorize where the secret towel is in chapter 14 of secret shop is in chapter 14 of FB3, just because Engage really replicates it for the Tiki Paralog. That's where the silver card was, and the Tiki Paralog is where the secret shop originally was.
Right. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. And of course, because I had only played New Mystery at that point, I knew there was just no access to it. Because I played New Mystery for the first time when Lunatic Reverse, so no warp staff.
Oops. Yeah, New Mystery, no warp staff does make things a lot harder to just go to secret shops.
But I wasn't too invested in using Tiki anyway, just because that starts kind of rough, so I wasn't really wanting to raise another unit at that point.
Yeah. Then there's... And plus, that's the chapter where you can decide if you just randomly get good ending or bad ending, because if you don't recruit Tiki, you're locked into bad ending.
Right.
Because you have to get the Star Spear and then recruit her, so it's like, oh boy, bad ending, woo!
Much damage does. Alright, the choppers do a lot, but I don't want to dive because I don't know if there's an AA in here or missiles in, like, here, so...
Yeah, I get why there's bad endings in FE3/12 and 6, but it just feels wrong to put a bad ending in an SRPG like that.
Yeah.
At least the way XCOM, the classic original XCOM did it makes sense, because you're literally doing a raid on the alien's home planet.
Oh look, it perfectly scouted me! Who could have guessed?
Yeah, it turns out Bug Wars is rigged. That's why it's better in PvP.
Alright, so we got hit from here, so this has... Yeah, this has to be a rocket, since the recon got hit from here.
Yeah. think Andy's recommend for this mission just because of hyper repair. Because you don't want to lose that recon, you know.
No, it's not there. Let's see. Okay, it's gotta be here then. In that case. If it's not the city, it's this thing. Or I guess it could technically be here.
One of the forests is what you're saying.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, there it is. Sneaky.
Neat kitty.
Something like that.
God, the portraits, so good. Way Forward did really well with them.
Yes.
I mean, it's Way Forward's animation style. They're very fluid at it. Like the River City Girls or any shonen game. Even back on the Game Boy Color when they began.
I'm gonna have to high roll this, I guess.
Yeah. Double high roll at that.
In this case, we shouldn't have to. I guess we don't want to low roll on this one, but we had 47 is
yeah, the
enough.
first one high rolled and then something looked like. Neon capture? Oh, delay. I was asking if you're going to capture, but delay.
So artillery's probably really not going to do much of anything.
Yeah, it's Max in Fog of War.
This could be bad, because we're kind of out on the road with a lot of units here.
And he just got snipe shot. But he's not using it yet. That's just clever.
Yeah.
Well. You could probably send the other recon back to heal up.
Yeah, I need to heal everything, basically. Hang back here and see if anything comes down the road, because I did hear movement.
Just It's like Valkyria Chronicles stealth missions.
Shuffle, shuffle,
remember the
shuffle.
Yeah. Remember the one in FBC4 kind of messed me up? 'Cause that one was hard.
We see that rocket over there.
This does, you have to use the CO power.
I could go after him with both copiers if I get into position. But that leaves him hanging in front of, like, what could be missiles or whatever.
You also got an artillery so.
Wanted to make sure there was nothing here before I moved in.
Watch them go after that now. To capture our aim unit.
He didn't feel like using the snipe shot, though.
He hasn't done so yet, and he's had it for 3 turns now.
Because he came down and spawned my artillery, so if he used snipe shot, he could have used the rocket to attack it. But he decided not to.
Anti-air. That's probably what his game plan is. Trying to snipe your air.
Maybe.
Hard to tell with this game sometimes.
Lots of artillery there. Yeah. Should be able to clear all the artillery outs, but if there's any more rockets hiding, it's definitely going to be potentially problematic.
There probably are somewhere else on the field.
Actually, can we do this with the recon? I'd like to let the tank heal. We could.
Nice.
Now we can let the tank repair, and then tank comes out and the recon can go back to repairing for a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Hmm. I guess we can do a drop here in case the mech gets targeted, then we can still have either start capturing.
Or the transport.
Yeah, if the transport gets attacked, then I just get to capture both cities.
Yeah.
You can't hide.
There's the snipe shot.
Snipe attack.
Yep, probably was waiting until you moved to a certain threshold.
Wow.
Snipe attack, I mean, snipe shot is here too. He didn't use it?
That was the most incredible use of a CO power. Clearly too big brain for me to understand.
5D chess. He's playing the Nomura or Kojima patent 5G chess. God.
I guess now the question is, do I actually want to skip this far?
Maybe.
Because I want the recons to be able to access, but like they're too far away.
Luckily, you're close to capturing their city that the other recon can heal him.
Well, it can heal, but also it puts it farther away from scatter from me later. I guess we can just, like, put the artillery up here, because it's not like the artillery is going to do anything for us otherwise.
Yeah. I meant, what I meant with the healing with the recon was healing after you capture the thing next turn.
Let's have these hang back, just in case he's bringing out any AAs or something.
We did see one earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Is he just ending turn?
Yeah, he's doing nothing.
God. Is this even a route map or is it just these?
I mean, it's probably the same either way as to either seize or kill. Like, because that's usually how any Advanced Wars map ends, right?
Yeah. Also, that's where now feel.
Well, maybe the artillery will do something for us.
Bait? That corner looks awfully suspicious. Too bad you can't go there without a officer.
Or like here? Or oh, you mean this corner? Yeah.
Top right corner.
I bet it's full of AAs.
That'd be a very funny troll if it were. The fact that it has a lone city.
Well, I guess in this case we are out indirecting the indirect guy.
Oh, ye of little faith.
But only in the case of this missile let us stroll up and artillery it and rocket it. It's still very suspicious.
I'd say, at this point, I would say check the corner.
Well, we'll see, because, like, I need to check by his headquarters, too. So I don't know if I want to divert any effort up to that corner.
Yeah. At the very least, you got 2 more cities to capture.
Almost went too far. I wonder if I would have run into some... Thankfully, there's nothing to run into there. This feels very suspicious, like... Because there's nothing here, but I bet there's like 5 indirects just like here guarding the headquarters.
Yeah. Kinda sussy. Imposter Mogus. I don't think you're getting speed on this one.
Probably not.
Not that it matters. You can just grind your early game missions for easy money anyways. Oh yeah, that reminds me, in Ace Combat 2's remake on 3DS, I accidentally typoed the easy money mission as easy monkey.
But he said sticks and twigs. I didn't see that one coming. That's like his starting quotes. Is he just like out of units?
Either way, easy monkey was a typo from the original that wasn't in the original game, but they patched it out in an update that came out like 4 years later to support new 3DS hardware.
Okay, this is like mega sus, but he's
Probably
kind of
set on that little island.
he's just letting me stroll up and take his headquarters.
Like you said, it's probably on that little island. That's the last thing it is. Might as well go for all captures. That'd be funny. Six rockets all clumped up in those last 6 squares of the corner.
That would be pretty funny if it was just 6 rockets over there.
More likely it's some anti-air in the top right corner.
Yeah, probably. Huh. Yeah, there's literally nothing over there.
Oh.
I'm kinda curious, so what I'll probably do is move that transport in and see if we can see anything. But we're just gonna win by capture anyway, otherwise. Oh!
No.
Just an artillery that wasn't moving at all? Like, I was sitting like... Wait, no, I was sitting here, right? Because I dropped...
Oh, you did pass that one square because of the trees.
Or, like, I was sitting... Like, he should have been able to see me, right? Or no?
He could have, because Fog of War rules and Advance Wars single player.
Okay, now I guess I put him. Did I place? Now I can't remember where I had him.
Can't even shoot something capturing the HQ.
Yeah, that's that's such a weird positioning. I don't understand. What were they? Although I also can't take him out because I only have the one tank in range. That's weird.
That's funny. Hey, if you want to go for capture win, you can now.
Oh wait. Nah, the recon can't. Damn. Stupid wheel A. Can't actually reach. It's such a weird thing though, like, what is this artillery even doing?
That's funny. It's the APC. Not the APC!
Now he's running away. Alright, well, because we can. Anything in here? Oh! Oh, there's the missiles!
Sold it. At least it wasn't anti-air.
Yeah.
Why didn't he use that missile number?
I guess he couldn't see us. Alright, you know what? Because we can.
Gonna get hurt. Max force.
See how that works.
I should have done it for the missile too. Oh, there is a rocket over there too, huh? Because I want to do this to the artillery.
The indirects only have one vision. Okay. So because we killed everything else, they couldn't do anything.
Howdy there.
Howdy there, Max. Been a while. You? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around lately, and now I know. Turns out you're working for Blue Moon! How's that going for you, traitorous piece of grr? Ah, now, Maxie, don't be like that. I got my reasons for doing what I do, you know? But I'm getting out of here before you start preaching again, so see you down the road. Hold it right there, Grit. Dang, you got away. But what's he doing with Blue Moon? Well, Max, you see,
Another one up.
Blue Moon offered health insurance.
And Nell didn't. Yeah, 81 on speed.
Yep. If I knew, like, that Rockets was basically the last thing doing anything at all in that section, I definitely would have just driven in with the transport copter. Because I could have captured that, like, 3 turns ago, but...
Yeah.
I thought for sure the headquarters was going to be covered by, like, 5 different indirects.
I knew it was the island.
Look who's here.
Instead, it was not covered by anything at all because the only artillery there was in the wrong space.
Blast it all.
Yeah. Which is really hilarious.
We're running out of opportunities, and I'm running out of patience!
Great.
I don't see the need to get so worked up. It's not like this land was Blue Moon territory to begin with. What'd you say? After all my hard work and planning? Aw, come on, man. It's common theft. Let's just call it what it is. Why, you insolent little...
What now?
Whoa, hold on there, Chief. Let's not get all flustered. Don't you think it's time to head out? Like you said, those Orange Star troops are practically knocking at our door. You are on the thinnest of ice, Grit. Don't go anywhere, you understand? I'll deal with you when I get back. Blizzard battle. Push Olaf's forces back and secure 12 cities for Orange Star. I see.
They actually have unique maps like this here and there. You have to secure 12 before he does.
Well, if we're going for pushing him back with max power, we use the max.
Hey!
Blizzard.
Andy!
Andy, Max, can you both hear me?
Okay.
Loud and clear, Nell. What's up? I've just learned that this is a vital deployment point for Olaf. If we can drive him away from the region, we can cut the strength of his forces dramatically. Sounds great! We can put an end to this conflict with Olaf. That's right. You just need to capture as many locations as possible, and quickly.
Good luck.
The first army to secure 12 cities will win this battle. Stay alert and good luck. Okay, let's see what we got here. Basis for deploying troops, check.
Let's do this!
We're good to go. Let's do it.
This map actually tripped me up a couple times. Because, like, he starts with 3 more than you do, as you can see.
Yeah, he's at a significant advantage, and our income kind of sucks.
The APC strat there's a big strat here where you just load into an APC, but I can't remember
Well, I'm gonna.
how they managed to pull it off in this version.
Well, I'm taking that factory ASAP.
Yeah. That factory was crucial when I had it too, so it makes sense.
And since our income sucks, I guess we're just gonna do double infantry.
Probably for the best given the objective of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's got 6 properties and there's 5 over here, so we need to keep him from taking either this or this. And then push him back. And on our side, we can pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities. So we need to get 2 on his side, which this one would be a semi-obvious one, but one of these two is probably gonna need to be the other.
Yeah, this map was very cleverly designed to be a pushback map for a reason. Like, this one took me a few tries my playthrough. Especially since the blizzard in this map is actually kind of bad for, you know, the capturing part.
Oh yeah, really
He
bad.
actually uses it effectively this map, if I recall.
Well, I mean, he could just spam it at any point when it's charged, and it would be something that would disrupt this pretty badly.
Yeah. Because, like, this is one of those maps where they cleverly designed it around the AI spamming their CL power.
Recon might be able to threaten the artillery after. Because we're gonna take a beating. Otherwise, I guess I grab a mech, but... Yeah, it might be better to do mech infantry.
Basically, have to stop him from taking that one on the left side at all costs, or else that's his win phone.
Yeah. Okay, so it took him 2 actions to get my APC, which is good. Nice artillery use, I guess.
As you can see, he likes blocking you.
Not in a way that actually helps him that much. Because now he just takes a lot of damage.
Yeah. Like, this is the first wake-up call mission, basically.
I guess that makes sense.
Because now the AI is starting to play smarter.
I mean, he did say he would eventually get his revenge, so...
Yeah.
He's actually trying now. Hmm, 5,000. Probably still a mech and an infantry. I could do a recon and an infantry, but I think the way the OLS vehicles are...
Or an APC to distract him.
Yeah, I mean, I could do an APC, but I don't think any of... Like, because his unit strength is not really in a place where I think we need the distraction.
Recon might be the better play just because infantry is how and mech are how you capture, and recon are better against those.
Right, but like, we don't have a road over to any of these bridges, so the recon's movement is not going to be as good as it could be.
Fair enough. Yep, he just needs one more to win. So naturally, he's gonna try that.
Alright, he really didn't like our mech over there. Yeah, wow, okay, just diving with both tanks to kill one mech unit, sure.
As long as he can keep him from capturing the one on the left, you know.
Yeah. Should be easy enough. We're gonna keep this guy from escaping. And also have that medium tank there to just discourage any infantry from thinking about taking that city.
Yeah. Might be able to build something on that bird factory now.
Yeah, I'm putting up a tank.
Makes sense.
Because it'll basically be our most mobile way of deterring these enemies.
Yeah.
I could attack with the infantry for like 4%, but that doesn't seem worth it.
No, it does not. Especially when he can still reach the infantry that's being captured right now.
Yeah.
So my, yeah.
Is he gonna use it?
Can you withstand
Yep, he's gonna use it.
Blizzard?
Oh no, he's condemned us to Overwatch. Yeah, not too surprising he did that.
Yeah, me neither. Makes it a tougher capture.
Well, this city is now property of my medium tank. You can feel free to throw your infantry at it if you want.
For now. At least until you need to capture it yourself.
Yeah. Let's see, 6,000.
I'd say APC for the bait.
No, I don't think an APC would work any better than just like face pulling with an infantry here. I'm actually almost considering an artillery. Just because we need something to break the bridge choke point at some point.
Yeah. And that'd be the best way out in a medium tank. So you
Yeah.
have to be very...
Well, medium or rockets is too expensive, but I get I'll stop them from gumming things up on me. I like how the APC is like, you know what, I'm out.
Yeah. Well, that did more than I thought it was. High roll, I guess.
Yeah. Bye bye, Recon. My medium tank appreciates your,
Your generosity.
yes. I almost need another artillery because we're needing this one here to hold the middle. But I don't have enough money to buy one right now.
Well, luckily you're gonna get 9,000 per turn. Starting next turn.
Yeah. I might just buy another mech because we need to push through. Potentially push through a bunch of these vehicles.
Yeah. What do you do?
The recons really love it here, or they rather they really love my medium tank. They're like, medium tank, we love you so much. Please take us into your embrace.
Using the rubber is a clever strat.
Yeah. Well, clever, quote unquote. It's not gonna help them get past the medium tank sitting there.
Yeah. Or the artillery.
No. This poor dude stranded in a river while a bunch of guys shoot down from the cliffside.
Yeah.
Actually, let's have the regular tank do the recon and the medium tank and kill one of the infantry. Because they're really gumming up the choke point. They need to get out of my way.
And plus, the moment you move that medium tank off, it's practically GG.
Right. But we won't be moving that until they're dead, so... Might be just better to tank spam at this point.
Yeah. You have enough to do the captures. How'd you get 900?
Because of the repairs.
Oh, that makes sense. Forgot about that.
This APC is making things a little bit annoying.
You can just destroy the APC, do what the AI does.
Yeah, but I don't really want to use mech rockets on it. And I could, but...
I mean, you have the river.
Yeah, but then that lets this infantry initiate on my mech, which doesn't seem like a great trade-off.
Fair enough. Maybe just have the infantry kill the APC then.
How much damage does it do? Ooh, 8%! It only takes like 11 turns.
Better than nothing.
I don't know. It might be better. It might be better to just leave it because it's not like the APC being there allows this tank to get in.
True.
So it's like, yeah, you can body block yourself. I have no problem with that. Go right ahead.
There's your CO power.
Yep.
Probably can move the medium tank to the choke point and then move the infantry to start capturing that one.
Well, that's gonna pull the enemy medium tank, and I want my medium tank to hit theirs.
Fair enough.
So probably just kill this guy now. I mean, we got plenty of infantry who can pick up the slack after while we're fighting over on the right side.
Yeah. That's 11.
Yep, we just need to take either this one or this one, but I'm thinking the top one's probably going to be easier because this choke point is a mess.
Yeah. You only need to take one of Olaf's at least.
Is he blizzarding? Nope.
Surprising.
Yeah. So I was totally expecting it.
Oh, his meter isn't filled up, that's why.
Oh. Yeah, I guess. Not so tough without your pre-charge, are you?
Because he can see his meter on his turn, remember?
Yeah.
You're gonna get hurt. Max force.
Now you're gonna get hurt.
Yep.
$142 damage, no biggie. Even the regular tank could take out more of the medium tank.
Yeah. Doing significant damage there. Unfortunately, the way my medium tank was positioned, it wasn't close enough.
Yeah.
I can still threaten to completely wreck that medium tank next turn.
Yep.
That should make the tank angry enough that it won't try to go over to help up top.
That artillery didn't do much anyways, after all.
Well, it still cleared out the enemy trying to push us at the choke point at a crucial time.
Yeah.
It just hasn't managed to contribute too much after that, but that's fine.
It did what it needed to do.
Let the winds of war.
There's the blizzard.
Yep, it's charged.
Alright, that medium tank's probably targeting my wounded 4 hit point one. Not my dudes. Alright, those tanks are successfully distracted. Yeah. I was pretty sure that guy was gonna get owned just because he had to be in artillery range. It's fine.
That's it. Now we should be cooked and raw.
Pretty close. Just gotta deal with the blizzard. Slowing down our infantry, so we're capping at 1 turn slower.
Yep. Good fire from the artillery. Exactly 50% now.
Yeah. I could go for the high roll, but it's probably better. No, I guess I can't merge because of the movement penalty. Alright, well, I guess we're just shooting. Not quite. Also, that tank does no damage.
I mean, it's hanging on by a thread.
Yep.
And infantry can kill it at this point.
Alright, 2 more turns and we should have this.
Yeah, how's the band for one measure after days that we're running thus far?
It feels pretty good. Definitely finding I'm like missing having like the better utility units that they added in Days of Ruin, but
And then of
Like,
course,
the-
the next game coming.
yeah, and because this game plays to its strengths well enough, so it's
Yeah,
fine.
that's cause I'm leaning off on my chair right now. volume earlier.
Huh? Sorry, what was the problem?
They mentioned my volume is kind of low, but
Oh,
I'm leaning off my chair, so
it's fair, I guess.
which I should go to the restroom real fast. So I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Operation Tank Spam successful, I guess. What's different in Reboot compared to the originals? I believe they revised a bit of the story. And also, you know, the better graphics and stuff. Yeah, I guess an example of that was pointed out to me, the last Fog of War map is normally the first Fog of War map. But Andy still has his line about asking about Fog of War, so he just looks like really stupid, and it's, I guess, on purpose. There's like a I think it's a 3-map tutorial that's mandatory as part of the story that wasn't in the original. And that includes a Fog of War mission, so welcome back.
Time for one more mission, you said?
No, I was talking about the Fog of War mission that that was added in the tutorial, so it makes Sandy look stupider, and the one that's supposed to be the actual first.
Oh yeah. Also, like they had a different. They changed some stuff about various story arcs in the final mission, but we'll get there. 2 is a lot more faithful remake. Because it doesn't streamline like 1 does.
Alright, time to pretend that we're the AI and hit on this APC. I think that's all we can reasonably agree.
Yep. We still got 2 hours left of stream, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Not again! You'll not be pleased with me if this losing streak continues. Where are you?
No problem.
Yep. Get out there and stop that cursed Orange Star Army. Easier said than done, boss. You didn't leave me anything to work with. Don't get saucy, just rally the troops and do something. I must go and pay him my respects. I'll return later. Do not fail me, Grit.
Well, ain't that a sight?
Olaf just tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. Where does that leave me? Guess I'll mosey on down and clean up his mess.
Yeah, Grit.
Got him.
They're talking. In case it wasn't obvious, Olaf is talking about someone from a different country.
Hmm.
So that's random now.
There's sign of Olaf. Looks like we'll be facing off against Grit next. Grit, is he the guy who keeps calling me Junior? Do you know him or something? Yeah, you could say that. Grit, Nell and I used to be friends. He was always a tough one to figure out with this Blue Moon stuff. Oh right, I forgot that Nell said they used to be friends. Why is he working for Blue Moon? That's something I'd like to ask him myself. That's why I should take the lead this time, Andy. Let me handle Grit. History lesson.
Max only mission.
That's fine. I've been using Max a lot anyway. I kind of like using him over Andy, so...
Andy's meant to be a jack of all, a master of none anyways. And eventually, if you go back and play the Andy version of Mission 7 in post-game, you know.
Right. Oh boy, more fog. We love fog.
History lesson.
Reefs all over there, woods over there, hiding places everywhere. Man, this place was made for Grit and his indirect combat units. Grit already surprised my Grit already surprised my transport copter with a cruiser, and I know he's got some subs too. Need to figure out my play. I have a cruiser too, but...
Do you need me to explain?
What's wrong, Max? You need me to explain how cruisers work? Nah, we're good.
Come on.
Just weighing all my options. Boy, this battle was tailor-made for Grit and his indirect combat units. Wish we could just rush in and get to stomping. But I know that's not the smart play. We need to use the terrain and creep up on him. That's the only way we'll be victorious here.
Max is smart when he can do it.
Wait, we were surprised by a cruiser, but it's a sub over here. Alright, well there's obviously something here that's gonna block us.
Yeah. Luckily you got the battleship to take out that stuff right away.
I mean, doesn't quite have the range.
Yeah, the battleship, I mean. I probably saw one of them had the range.
You mean the sub?
No, the cruiser.
The cruiser, but like, there's a blank spot here. This reef is like, obviously a trap.
Yeah. Might just be best to send the sub in. Because, obviously, sub.
So I'll do like this to reveal with the transport copter. No, it's not. Alright. I guess it's not a trap. Well, I guess this is supposed to be a tutorial, so you know what? Yeah, that's probably why it's not.
Yeah. Because they gotta give you all the tutorials since this is the first time we had the game.
Right.
That tank is still gonna approach, though. I don't recommend using the transports in this mission, though. I believe you can fit tanks on the transports in this game.
Yeah, you can do that in Days of Ruin too. But
Yeah. But like, since this is the first mission, they don't. It's like not recommended to do that in this mission, you know. Like, you're meant to use mechs or infantry on them.
I mean, they would appreciate having an escort, but it's definitely not safe to go in yet.
Yeah. At least Fog feels more fair than the original game, because you saw that the enemies were still cheating, but not near as much as they originally did.
Mm-hmm. More like Days of Ruin's versions.
Yeah. In the original game, they can and would just ignore Fog of War rules.
Yeah, like how Fire Emblem does it.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, it makes sense in Fire Emblem for them to ignore it. Not from a story standpoint, but from a gameplay standpoint.
I mean, they've got plenty of ants. They could still scout.
I'm just saying from a gameplay standpoint, though.
Right, but from a
Makes-
gameplay perspective, it would still make sense because they could like afford the action economy to scout.
Yeah. However, in this game where you're evenly matched, you know, in between 2 to 4 armies, you know. Which is part of why COs remain in the first place, was to make the stalemates less stalematey.
Right. Well, here we are again. Frankly, this whole situation don't sit well with me, but I guess I gotta stop fooling around and rep our team. Figure the best way to stop these boys in their tracks is to take out their landers first. Yeah, that'll keep them from shuffling those ground troops around.
Reckon I best get started.
Like I said, don't recommend it on this mission. He literally says his game plan like that.
Surprisingly wimpy trade there.
I think that's only because you were underwater, though.
Wait, what? Cruisers can't attack other cruisers?
Nope.
Well, that's annoying. So I'm pretty sure they can in Days of Ruin. It's for piddly damage, but they can still attack each other.
Bye, Recon. Or almost bye, I guess.
Yeah, not yet.
Dang. I'm just remembering there was one Grand Theft Auto game where Phil Collins was actually a major character in the game's plot. In Vice City Stories, he was a major character, and he also played himself at the height of his career in the 80s. So there was even a mission where you have to save his concert.
It's
It's literally called In the Air Tonight after his big hit solo. It was a funny little thing, because he's a big fan of GTA apparently. So he licensed a bunch of Genesis and solo work for the game too. I wonder how, since Blizzard affects every tile, I wonder how it affects like beaches and rivers. Because the fact that it affects every tile and terrain, when you see the terrain, is actually kind of cool. Like, that's attention to detail. We just don't get that in games much anymore. Because those polygons won't make themselves. Oh, that's hanging on by a thread.
Yep.
I get the feeling that you're probably gonna have to do this mission over.
Maybe.
Nice.
So we basically need the battleship to take on the cruiser.
You also got your CL power if you want to use your submarine to take on the cruiser.
I don't know how much damage it'll do though. I mean, I guess it'd be more, but... Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing.
You're gonna get hurt. Max Force!
Yeah, it's 41. That's really not much of an increase.
It's at least a bigger amount of damage. Oh, and I guess that went away there too.
So I wanted to do this.
$151 damage for a 1 HP sub.
I guess I'll just redirect everything up here.
Bridge is down.
That takes care of that.
That poor recon just eternally trapped at free HP.
Hey, we can get it out of that later.
By killing it.
Oh, right, that opposing recon. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed they have blue moon banners on the city that they captured.
Very nice.
More attention to detail I didn't know about. Somehow you managed to turn this around despite the early oopsies.
Yeah, I just had to figure out where they were coming from.
Yeah. Nope, he's going back there.
Yep. Sure, let's kill this. I want to scout with the other sub.
Yeah. I think the top right corner might have someone, but I'm not sure. If it did, it would be shown right now.
Oh, there could be someone in here. But yeah, we're otherwise seeing the cities.
Yeah. Nope, that submarine's running out of gas.
Yeah, that's fine though.
Are you gonna leave the guys on the middle island hanging, or just...
There's not really a reason to go after them. Oh, there's a cruiser. No, a battleship. Alright, I guess we gotta go after that.
Out of field. But not out of ammo, I think.
Uh-oh.
Long battle. Looks like it's almost over to me.
Yeah.
Shuffle, shuffle. Oh right, they just die if they run out of
Fuel, yeah.
gas.
We can't see it with that. It's gonna make this annoying. Because he's gonna get targeted.
You don't have enough fuel on your side.
can see it with the sub here, so we can at least see this. Wait, did that... Hold on, does it deplete fuel when I'm checking? That's gotta be a bug.
That has to be a bug, yeah.
Because now I can't reach anymore.
Oops.
Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, when in doubt, offer up an APC. Or a transport, here. Fire at whatever you want, that's not my dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could have drop the APC up top, and then it could supply fuel.
Yeah, still going for him. But the APC got targeted. Alright, that still means I can attack their battleship with mine. So no wonder the gas was getting low so quickly. It's costing me fuel just to check things, or like check movement range.
Not only that, but it also costs more fuel to stay underwater.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was accounting for that. I was not accounting for checking any range at all, depleting fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be fine, though. Let's put this transport by the shore, too. Draw any fire from anything else.
You can't hide. Snipe attack.
It's possible we could get attacked by something else hidden, like, way off on the side.
Snipe attack, yeah.
Alright, well, the tank decided he really wanted to kill the other thing. Alright, artillery's going for the APC.
Artillery wanted to kill the APC. Missiles wanted to kill the cruiser, I think. Oh well, you win.
Yep. Do I have? I do. Alright, I'm gonna use my power to secure a little bit of score inflation, because we're probably gonna score pretty badly otherwise. So,
You lost too many units.
we'll squeeze a little bit of power or whatever out of killing this stuff. Or, I guess, damaging, since... Well, maybe we could high roll. Nope, didn't high roll.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, I bet, yeah. Yeah, the cruisers not being able to target other cruisers definitely messed things up a ton.
Yeah, I could have told you that, but I didn't know you didn't know that.
Yeah, well, Days of Ruin lets cruisers fight each other, so... Okay, Grit. Now you're going to answer some questions. Why in blazes did you switch over to Blue Moon? Grit! Nell, what are you doing here?
Oh dear.
Hey there, Nell. Been a long time. Max, would you please leave us alone for a minute? Sure. You look well, all things considered. I worry about you.
Yeah.
I'm doing alright. How about you? You and Max getting along? So that's the reason you left Orange Star. You sense Max's feelings, and because he's your friend, you... Whoa there, hold on now. Let me say you straight. I did what I did, cause that's who I am, darling. I go where I want to go, and stay where I want to stay. That's it. Oh, hi.
See you around, Nell.
It's
You-
obvious that it is the crush love triangle.
Goodbye, Grit.
Grit.
Pout. I love Nell's pout.
Wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be there. But yeah,
Yeah, same.
it's...
A rank though.
eh.
First on us.
Welcome!
Now I can buy Grit.
Hey there. Sorry I'm late.
Good, apparently. Oh, hi there, Sammy. Who are you?
My name's Sammy. I'm the Special Forces Commander.
Remember how I mentioned you had to use Sammy as soon as she joined?
Special Forces, that's... That outfit definitely doesn't say Special Forces to me.
Better late than never, right?
He basically excels on infantry units. And mech.
I meant to join you earlier, but my previous mission ran longer than I expected. Better late than never, right?
Flap.
I'm an infantry and mech unit specialist. My units can seize and secure new bases faster than any other CO on the planet. My APC units are top of the line, too. Oh, good. Expert bait units.
Roger.
Expert bait.
My
Yeah,
troops
good.
and I are ready for action.
Oh yeah!
The backstreet's infantry and mech means you can just auto-seize if you have a full 10, if I recall.
Wow, I'm looking forward to working with you, Sammy. Right back at you. Now, let's get to it. I've got some fresh intel that should help give us an edge in the next skirmish. According to this, Olaf's forces are advancing towards Gold Comet. Let's go get them. Wait a minute, who's that up ahead? Oh. Eagle just can't let it go. Come on, Gary, you can't just show up and challenge us to Pokemon battles.
Hey, it's Blue in the game. Gary was his anime name, remember?
Man, true, but I called him Gary. I mean,
It's just that
yeah.
every other game calls him
Yeah.
Blue. Like Gen 7 and Gen 2 and all that.
right.
This is his original name before the...
Yeah, I know. Before Red was called Ash in the anime and whatever, but
Yeah.
I like where like for this guy he seems more smarmy. I think Gary's more appropriate because like Blue is, at least in the Let's Go depiction, is actually kind of chill and not a bad guy.
Well, Blue gets better in Gen 2 and 7 as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, the depiction of Blue is way better than Gary. So like this guy being smarmy means he deserves to be Gary.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Gary also gets better.
Wait, does he? That's surprising.
And like Gen 3 and 4, he actually follows in his father's footsteps after the defeat by Ash at the end of Gen 2.
Never thought I'd hear him growing up. I mean, I only watched season 1, but
yeah, it was like his defeat at the end of season 5 at the end of the original series really mellowed him out.
He doesn't grow up, he grows down? What?
Pokemon gets friendlier and is made for younger children. Okay, that makes sense.
It's like the reverse of a character arc? Wait, you're gonna have to explain this a bit more to me. Because I really want to hear...
He loses his edge as time goes on, is what we're saying. Because, like, in the original series, at the end of the original series, he settled his score with Ash, and they referenced it a couple times in the penultimate episode of it. But like, it was funny because he was really goading Ash, and I don't agree about that one. Just because like we still have vile villains like Lucamine or Lysandre. But also like the rivals having less bad to say about you. Last time we had a Jackass rival was in Gen 8, to be fair. Oh.
I have you at max volume too.
Yeah, I'm normally a loud person, so I don't know why it stopped working when I moved my computer. Let me just check my settings on my own computer.
Because, yeah, I guess this is basically... Yeah, the problem of trying to sound balance this one... The game is really loud, and I can't turn it down any other way other than off, so I was hoping that maxing your volume at double.
Because it's turned up my own mic.
Sounds louder for me, but like I could always hear you wearing my earbuds. So,
Weird.
Yeah, that's... I guess because my OBS output is probably... Because, like, my mic is separate from the OBS stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to figure this out sometime on stream. I will... Like, last time we had a Jackass rival was in Gen 8, but he was barely even counted because he gets off-screen defeated and then just shows up again at the end of the game. Like, in Gen 7 we had Gladion, but he got better, and in Gen 5 we had Hugh, but he also got better, and a lot of people misread his character arc, really.
Show me.
But yeah, like... In the anime, like, his defeat was very funny, because, like, Gary literally goes Ash in the thing, saying, "You're always good about being outside the box in times like these." Ash proceeds to come up with an insane strategy to get his Blastoise KO'd. Tempting fate, you know.
Right.
The strategy was to burn the ground with his Charizard so that it would be too hot for the Blastoise to handle. But then Gary asked him to cool off the ground, but then turned to steam, which was his actual plan to obscure him going in for the kill.
I see.
Like it was just playing him for fools.
Oh, what the? Is this like now?
What?
I might be able
Figure out
to.
the sound thing.
Yeah, it's no longer walking me out in Windows. Wonder what. It's weird.
So now you can turn me up on that.
So I can turn down the game music a little bit here. So yeah, now I can turn the overall obs back up.
Nice.
I don't know why Windows didn't let me out initially, that's weird.
That is weird. Windows moment.
Yeah, I guess so.
Is it better now, Zaryoshi? That's much better. Good. Yeah. Okay. We basically win the whole stream like that.
Yeah,
Well, at least we got it figured out for next time.
suppose so.
But yeah, now you can try Sammy.
Yeah, let's see.
All right.
I just remembered a funny clip I saw of. But yeah,
Oh boy, more Pogavore.
just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
I think I've seen these guys before. Those look like Green Earth troops. I heard rumors they have an independent battalion around here. They're supposed to be really tough, especially their air units. I know! I've never seen that kind of airplane before. Do you need a debriefing on our new air units? Probably not, no. No, I don't think
We're
so.
getting close to there. We might actually make it to the Watson Airport mission if we're lucky.
Nah, I'm good. Do I not seem good? Don't worry, kid, it's simple. Fighter jets fight in the sky and bombers bomb the ground. That's all you gotta remember. Remember that air units ignore terrain movement penalties, but they also don't get any terrain bonuses, so there's a trade-off.
Yeah.
Just like flyers and Fire Emblem.
That's a Special Forces commander for ya. Always up on the latest intel. Hey, wait, did you say you've seen them before? Yeah, the commander seemed really mad at me. And you survived.
Not bad, Andy.
Nice work, kid. Oh yeah.
Alright, let's roll. So, foot soldiers plus 20 firepower and 10 defense. Captures properties at 150% speed. Other direct combat units suffer minus 10 to firepower. Transport units gain plus 1 movement range. And double time gives foot soldiers plus 1 movement, 35 firepower, 15 defense. Movement costs
And
are
as you can
reduced to
see-
1. Regardless
As
of
you can
weather.
see,
Alright.
as you can see, she does 15 for capturing. Making capturing just easy with her.
Right.
The mission where they go what's an airport again is really funny because Kambai just makes an airport that's stranded. Speaking at an airport where you'll have to see, it's funny. It's called, the mission is even called Kambai's Error.
I think the drop in our direct damage is actually making it so we miss the kills on a lot of these too. That's
Yeah. That's why this was really hard to get the secret story arc with initially. You know. Because you have to use 3 missions as Sammy in a row. At least this one should go faster because it's a smaller map. It's not one of the bigger maps for 4 players. Or even one of the bigger 2-player maps. R for reload. Imagine if he somehow low rolled and that doesn't die from the 97.
I mean, I was waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, same. I think after stream, I'm probably gonna go to McDonald's to get breakfast.
Oh.
It's 52 degrees out, so that's pretty nice weather for me.
Right. So now, skipping going to bed?
No, I'm not skipping going to bed. I just go to bed at like 7 and they'll be 5.
Okay.
I have to take my breakfast meds anyways, so it's like I usually take them before bed.
Fair enough.
I woke up at 4 p.m. today because that's when I set my alarm for. Otherwise, I oversleep. Get your eyes checked, Eagle.
The Orange Star Army. Those are Andy's troops.
I won't be beaten again.
Won't be beaten again by Andy and his ilk. It's time I shall crush them with one decisive blow.
Again, get your eyes checked. You're facing Sammy this time.
There's some stuff moving.
God, I love the 150% capturing. It's such a weird niche, but it's so useful. Because even when you get down to like 5 HP, it's still 10, you know? I mean, it's still 7.
And the math on that is kind of weird, but yeah, I guess the more injured you are, the better it becomes. Because like at full, it's not like it actually saves you any turns or anything.
Yeah, but when you're injured, it saves you a couple turns. Just because it's 150%. It's such a weird niche.
I think this is one mission where they do try taking your HQ. I can't remember if that was this mission or a later one though. Not like you won't be able to see that anyways, because, you know, it's lit up. Speaking of capturing, I'm surprised those infantry managed to even land a dent. Oh, there goes the transport.
It's the bombers in the fog, huh?
Yep.
What? Oh. Dude. I wasn't supposed to wait. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh. That's a misclick if I saw one. So nice for the city streets, though, still to be immune to the bombs. At least this mission goes a bit faster, like I said.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's not as big of a map. I hope he's gonna use it.
Yeah.
When it comes to fighting... Lightning Drive!
Lightning Drive. Shuffle, shuffle. Oh no, not the APC. It didn't even die.
Yeah, I I guess the attack debuff was high enough.
I'm more surprised that Mech lived.
The best we can do to block this off.
Not gonna use the artillery.
On what?
Oh,
They're both air units.
duh. Okay, they just didn't attack anyone.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get at my other high value units, which is why I placed the formation the way it is.
Makes sense.
Kind of pointless to do this one, but oh yeah. Because I'm just gonna move him out of the way so the mech can do it next turn, but no.
one turn at a time. Day 6. Some of the later maps in Advanced Wars 2 can get upward of day 30. Could heal the APC now.
It could, but it's probably not gonna do too much. It's just gonna let him recharge anyway.
Yeah.
It just puts us back at the same position. I'm gonna have to refill the plane too. He's doing something over there, but not sure what it is.
Well, there's no factories on this map, so who knows?
He makes a comment about it being difficult, so he's probably low in units, but like the question is what that unit actually is.
Yeah. Or where it is. I don't have any phlegm in my nostrils, so I don't know why I'm coughing so much.
Sometimes recovery just takes a bit longer, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
There's no way this is his last unit, though.
We're getting closer to the HQ, though, so we might be...
Well, I would expect some kind of last to stand at the HQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't it.
Otherwise, we would have been down with the mission. Oh no, not the APC! God. I love that that's a meme.
Yeah.
Luckily he's not getting any battles in, so he can't lightning. Can't do anything if you never battle.
But, yep, then well, we're in a copter. Weird that they didn't try to come out, although I guess they didn't necessarily see us.
Probably. I'm gonna feed the gremlin.
Thanks for feeding her.
It is Tama. Nice.
Yep.
Drat.
Tam.
I mean, I guess the bomber can't do anything into the helicopter. It's interesting that they just completely ignored doing anything.
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
think
simply
that's-
kill it.
I think that might be his last unit, too.
Well, we'll find out shortly. Yep, there's a tank.
Okay. Tanks for nothing. Okay, you still got bomber access.
Got him.
I rolled.
Yeah.
Commander!
Guess that tank was the last unit.
Gotcha.
Commander Eagle, I do believe we've been defeated, sir. Impossible! I, Eagle, lost again?
It happens to the best of us.
Really?
Who might you be? My loss is none of your concern. She kind of just slapped you around, so yes, it actually is.
Happens to the best of us.
Name's Sammy. I'm an Orange Star CO. The indignity of it! Losing yet again to such an inexperienced lot.
Oh, come on!
Excuse me, you were just careless. That's why you keep losing. We're a capable group of COs here. Maybe you should head back to basic training and pick up a few new strategies. Your old ones don't seem to be working out so well.
Oh no, don't give him ideas.
I beg your pardon, Orange Star CO. Sammy, was it? Yes?
I would like to apologize for my behavior.
It was inappropriate. Well, okay. Are they shipping? I bow by my lucky goggles so the next time we meet. I will do better. I will treat my opponents with the respect they deserve. For now, I take my leave. Farewell. Wait a minute, no one said you could leave.
Huh?
And he's gone. Well, at least he seems like a halfway decent guy after all.
Onward!
God.
He's no Waylon, that's for sure. Well, shockingly, that didn't really lose me points at all.
Yeah, it was mainly just speed and one unit lost for technique. If I had to assume.
Hey there!
Day 11.
Definitely took a fairly unnecessary amount of losses on the air units.
Look who's here!
Yeah. Oh boy, collectibles. You should
Collectibles are
probably
my
check out
favorite.
shop when you're done. When you're done
Look to
with
the horizon.
playing missions for the day.
Here comes the Orange Star
Sure.
Army.
Get
Not
spammed by
content with their own lands,
the notifications
they've
when I
come
open
to
it up,
steal
probably.
mine.
Yeah.
Look to the horizon, like a plague. Here comes the Orange Star Army. Not content with their own lands, they've come to steal mine.
Never, I say, never! Kanbei's elite forces shall drive them back.
Okay. Gold Comet flares up when Orange Star crosses paths with Kanbei.
I
Sure,
think the
let's...
next mission is after this is the funny airport one.
Alright,
Nice
let's
one.
keep using Sammy. That last mission definitely didn't let me really utilize any infantry stuff.
I mean, none of these missions do. That's why they force you to use her to unlock the story arc after this one.
Yeah, well, We'll play it, I guess, as though it's the requirement then. We'll see. For giggles.
They just made it mandatory in this version, so there's no requirement anymore.
Or mandatory that she's recruited?
No, mandatory that the story arc is unlocked.
Oh, right, but it could play as a different CO. Right?
Yeah, you can.
But, like, the unlocking is requires playing as Sammy, right? In the original.
That was in the original. That's
Yeah.
why I'm saying you don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't need to, but that's why I said for giggles. To get the
Oh,
original
that's what you
experience.
mean. That's what you mean, okay.
Uh-oh, I was just planning on passing through Gold Comet, but Kanbei's elite force has spotted us before we even reach the border. This is bad. Kanbei's elite forces? Yep, according to our intel, they're the best trained troops in the region. The high equipment costs and salaries per soldier must make them awfully hard to maintain.
Yeah.
Best trained, huh?
Gear.
Why do they keep all the fun battles for why do you keep all the fun battles for yourself, Sammy?
Let's move on out.
I don't anticipate much fun in this exercise, Andy. Okay, no sense in wasting any more time here. Let's move on out. So, let's take a quick look over here. So, deployed units are plus 20% cost, but gain plus 20 firepower and defense. Ah, I see.
That's why he's broken. He hates
Browsers.
computers, too.
Kanbei's units gain 20 firepower and 10 to defense.
I love the likes and dislikes they add to this.
Yeah. You like Sonya, though.
That's his daughter.
Of course. Oh, nepotism.
Who's also friends with Sammy. You'll find out that that's why the secret arc required you to play as Sammy, because it's basically Sonya and Sammy getting a little kerfuffle with each other.
Alright. We do have ads coming out. I'm gonna let those run a bit early, refill my water, and then I guess we'll tackle this after. So I'll be right back.
They raised it by 29 cents. Wait a minute, it's Friday. We can't go to McDonald's.
And alright.
Welcome back.
Thank
I
you.
realized I couldn't go to McDonald's after stream anyways because it's a Friday in Lent and they don't serve fish until lunchtime.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna eat some chips as my breakfast, I guess.
I guess we'll go in on the rockets here. Probably not going to. This medium tank's not doing a whole lot of damage.
Did you test out the Diaz emulator for tomorrow, by the way?
Yep. Seems to be working fine.
That's good. I'd love to be on call for that too, but alas, like we both said, I can't be on call every night, you know?
Yeah.
I'll just stick to Advanced Wars for now. Oh yeah, there's a...
Handbays, medium tanks and artillery look intensely boxy.
I'm gonna do today's Baileys since I started the stream with yesterday's.
Alright.
Back up to 744 orbs. We're at 3,333 days of the game's lifespan, so they're just randomly giving us tickets for that. Whatever floats your boat, game. 3,333rd day anniversary login bonus.
This is getting a little messy.
This is funny though. They also gave us free of the new divine codes for this year. It's still funny how 4 is finally getting referenced in the main plot. It's like, Loki, you've had your fun for multiple books now. I'm gonna take over now. You know, a thing.
Good. Sorry, which part are you talking about?
I'm talking about Fire Emblem Heroes.
Right, but what section of that were you talking about?
The current book where 4 just randomly decides to take over Loki's role from book 9 in previous books. As like a recurring antagonist sort of deal, you know. Because 4 hasn't really had much presence in the plot itself, only being a background villain. You know. There's a seer snare today too.
Alright, I'll have to plan time for that, I guess.
I've never been a big fan of that mode like everyone else is.
I mean, it has its flaws, but I find it better than a lot of other modes, including
That battle is down ironically best event mode, but it's sad that they don't do anything with it anymore.
yeah. I mean, I had mixed feelings on it. I'm a rhythm game fan, but I wasn't huge on it.
Well, as someone that is a rhythm game fan, that's why I liked it. I just don't like Seer Snare because it's easy to just get screwed over by the RNG and have to reset to the previous checkpoint. Especially if you're not using a bonus unit of a game that doesn't have good units to its name, like Binding Blade or Echoes.
Because I find it so easy to ignore the bonus, because like the power creep is so
Yeah, that's what I started doing more recently, but like the first few ones I wanted to use the bonus units and it just ended up forcing me to reset so many times over.
I mean, the initial ones I thought was fine with their actual bonus. But as time has gone on, the power creep is just so strong that if I just use one of the newest units, it makes it
Your time to
pointless.
shine made the bonus units work, because the whole point was to use the bonus units to get stronger and stronger buffs.
Yeah.
I think it's so dumb how that mode you can just stack buffs.
Well, that's the point of
The
it.
forces of gold come.
Yeah.
Morale boost.
Well, that's gonna be bad for us.
I disagreed in that because I used bonus units both times in your time to shine, and they did better than every other one.
doing like no damage and taking a billion back.
Anyway, how's the map going? I saw Kanbai's CL power kick off.
Yeah, it's being a problem. Probably need the Sammy. We probably need to like super turtle this because
Yeah.
our damage output is definitely not good enough here.
This map normally goes by fast if you use like max. They actually encourage you to use max in the original game. Saying, why don't you use max next time if we fail to mission here? Oh, out of ammo.
What's that sound coming across your mic?
Me eating chips.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, you mind muting for that?
I'll just stop eating them. Get them out of the way. Yeah, I tend to hum when I eat. Sorry about that.
That's no problem.
I brought an all-flyer team to the Sears Snare, so I'm showing that every seal works with everyone. Sadly, I brought young Camelo, but because of how Sears Snare works, Tut won't be working for a bit. Unless RNG makes it randomly appear. Because locking out your own skills is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what makes it like roguelite-ish.
Yeah. Well, that and the skills you get.
Yeah. Well, this is a bit sketch, but we're
You
whittling
managed
him
to win?
down.
Oh, you're almost won.
The medium
I see.
tanks are a little too tanky, but if we have enough of a chance to repair, it shouldn't be a problem.
I'm surprised you're managing to pull this out.
I'm used to going against the odds.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how Fire Emblem is.
Yeah. But
Never come with
also,
the odds.
when I used to play, like, the wardroom skirmishes, I played it on max, which is like double enemy income and,
Oh god, you play on that difficulty?
yeah. So I'm used to playing against odds like that.
I was too weenie to try that.
It definitely, there's certain maps where, like, super grinds the halt trying to play that mode. It takes,
I can
like,
imagine.
yeah. I've definitely had matches that went for, like, 2 to 3 hours.
When Advance Wars is only reserved staff for the 4-player maps, usually.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Do I... Yeah, I think I want to hit the medium tank over the artillery here. So I think I can back up and maybe kill the medium tank. With the mech. Or like back the mech up and kill the medium tank with my own. Actually, maybe I could do... Yeah, we can kill the
I remember
artillery here.
when they announced May's art would be replaced with her sprite, and not very many people took notice of that. There was a whole bunch of flood of posts on the Reddit saying, "Why is May's sprite like this?"
Of course. I mean, it's classic. People don't read the news.
Yeah, like that. The same thing happened when they were giving away all the free R&R and affinity for the free trial beams from Engage. However, the news does let you know when you get a random Fate Pass for $3 for 3 months. That's why I started subscribing to Fate Pass, because I randomly got that. It was funny. Alright, let's go to B. Get more B skills.
Yeah, well that was Mitzi, but their medium tanks are gone. Soldiers, gather your courage and deal our enemy a mighty blow! Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be doing that. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
this is enough damage. Yeah. We do like half of their health. I could probably do that and then link them up. Sammy's brass there.
Their ass is grass. I don't know why, but I love that saying so much. Just because it's so weird. So yeah, retro achievements added Wii games yesterday, which means the only FE that doesn't have an achievement set on the side is now FE12. Because they finally added Radiant Dawn as one of the first 140 games on Wii.
Yeah, I tend not to hunt normal achievements, never mind anything retro achievements puts up.
Yeah, I mean, retro achievements is kind of don't know how to make good achievements. And it shows.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of regular devs don't know either.
So, I mean, most regular devs have kind of figured it out because we've had like 20 plus years to work on it since the Xbox 360 came out, you know?
I mean, I guess, but...
But yeah, so I trust an actual company over like just retro achievements marginally more, you know, especially in regards to like HD remasters, because turns out not everyone wants to play a retro game for achievements like that.
It's true.
Because HD remasters tend to have better achievements than RA does, which defeats the point of RA when you can just get better achievements for the same game, you know? And then some games copy their list from like Steam or PlayStation Network remasters anyways. Like Rogue Galaxy for PS2 did that.
Oh.
Where they just copied the official list. And add their own unique ones on top of it. I'm always surprised how many alts Ursula got for such a weird one-note villain from Blazing Sword. Carla as well, but Carla at least makes sense because the FE6 connection, you know? But like, some of the characters that get so many alts and heroes just make no sense. Other than Waifu.
I mean, that's the whole point of it, waifu.
Yeah. But you think the more popular waifus would get it before someone like Carla or Ursula?
Yeah, I mean... Carla is probably some dev's favorite.
Yeah, that's why there used to be jokes of like Edelgard dev, but that one at least makes sense because Edelgard's a main character.
Yeah, having like a Three Houses Lord dev definitely it doesn't really make sense because those are all just so popular that it's a no-brainer that they just print ults over and over.
Yeah. The real funny one of random dev is when they have is random Crom dev. Because like yeah, he's popular, but he's not that popular of a husbando, you know.
Look at Canby cheering on his singular tank. He must really believe in it. It's probably gonna kill my tank. Yep. But now it's in the middle of a bunch of rockets.
Because like Crom's a popular lord, but he's not like a popular. He's not like popular compared to other lords in the series. So him getting a bunch of vaults is, I think, would be a better example of blank dev.
Yeah, I mean he's probably picking up a little bit of like residual popularity from Lucina, who's just like a top tier popular character.
Yeah. Or like Robin for that same reason.
Yeah.
Which Ephraim gets a lot of ults, but out for a male lord as well. But that at least kind of makes sense because considering he's more so the main character.
Right.
Whereas
I've heard so many of...
kind of gets...
sorry, we're at a story section now, so...
Fair enough.
Yeah. How could so many of Kanbei's great forces be defeated so quickly? Well, you see, you drove your tanks into a barrage of rockets. Generations of the finest soldiers slid onto the battlefield by the deepest bonds of allegiance and belief that we will prevail, and yet... Kanbei won't forget this. Redraw, let's draw!
God.
Yep.
Kanbei really is as tough
He's
as
over
they say.
dramatic.
Yeah, friendship confirmed, not as strong as rockets.
Who would have guessed? The power of friendship is a myth.
Hey there!
I mean, in anime, it is, I guess, not a bad idea to believe in it. But also, Kanbei is going against protagonists with more power of friendship.
What shall we do now, Sonya?
We're playing them.
Yeah, fight power friendship with even more friendship.
Well, that depends, Father. What are the current battle conditions?
What's that? I asked about the conditions, Father. What are they? Well, they're full of rockets.
Oh, Father.
This is so typical of you. Gathering thorough intel prior to battle is the key to victory. How are you planning to win without even basic information? Basic information? Well, yes, of course.
Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. I suppose.
Metal Gear.
I can share my intel with you this time, Father. The enemy army deployed over there, it doesn't appear to be a very large force. Is that so? Then I will just crush them with our superior numbers. Well, yes, that is one option, but first...
It is decided, then.
This time, Kanbei will be showered with the glory of victory. I see...
As you can see, Kanbei's not the sharpest. Like I said, there is a third character who's down in this game, and this is him.
Right, so I guess, Andy, Olaf, and Kanbei can, go off and be drinking buddies or something.
Maybe in the next game. And once Andy's grown up.
Wait, Father, you must remember to deploy in an area with secure bases. If the enemy seizes them before you arrive... Father?
Drat.
He's already gone. Oh, Father, always so impulsive. What are you trying to prove? Mighty Kanbei. Can Kanbei bridge the gap before I can build my best defense? We'll see, I guess. So we will continue going for the vanilla experience, I
Try
guess.
to keep up.
Surely this won't end badly.
Yeah, the next mission is the last one. Is the funny what's an airport mission.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be getting to that one. We might even go a bit over doing this one.
Makes sense. And plus, you have to check the shop before stream ends, so.
Now, there don't seem to be many units out here.
Commander!
There might not be many of us, but we're ready for your orders, sir. Ma'am. Then there must be some bases around here to build up our forces, right now? Always thinking ahead, Sammy. Nothing gets by you. Yes, you can use those local bases to call in additional units. Any other questions? No, ma'am. I think I'm all set here.
Good luck.
I'm counting on you, Sammy. Good luck.
Can't base error.
So yeah, first things first, we can his rockets, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
Let's see what there is to summon today. Alright, I got free tickets for the first free. Hey, the first free day anniversary banner is Spawn, Lana, Duo Marth, and Ancient Tiki, it looks like. And I don't get an option for Lana, which is the unit I would actually want here. Not like she won't get power crept this fall banner anyways.
This positioning is really suspect.
I wonder which Arcaneian Spawn will be this year's Spawn banner. Because if they're continuing with the 4 Medea sacrifices, they already got 2 of them, you know?
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Because they still got Nina and they still got... Elise. Yeah. I have to remember for a bit. Half the fun of Fallen Banners is speculating who will be in it, and then it'd be disappointing it's not Gunner for the umpteenth time in my case. You know? Hey, got Zeta, just not the right Zeta. It's not the duo.
This is about to get real ugly.
Right, I forgot I got an Entombed Dome. I completely forgot about that. Oh, I'm training on my Hero Rises height now.
I guess it's a good thing the movement order here is like not the best for them, but there's so many medium tanks and regular tanks.
Thanks. Almost forgot my Resident Battles this season. Oh, Shadow Dragon new mystery, you say? I got a special unit I use for anytime that pops up as a bonus. I've shown you my Able before. I try to keep him updated even with the rampant power creep.
Jesus, the good thing can be is not very smart about this.
Yeah. That's like the whole joke. Put in my ammo.
Yeah, we need to get rid of this rocket because we need the medium tank to not go down.
Oh god, yeah, that's a bot. Maybe they'll cancel the Fallen Banner. Not the first time they canceled Banner theme. Remember Far-Fetched Heroes? God, that was... we never got the third version of that banner. Just only did it for the first 2 years. But I'm still glad we got Dorcas in the game just because of FB7 commercial memes. Like, they actually referenced that in his lines.
Yeah, the one thing.
Spell army, trust nobody. What was that commercial thinking anyways?
I don't know.
There's a good reason that commercial's been memed to death.
Yeah. It was completely off tone.
Not only that, but like, build army, trust nobody in the game about finding allies that share your cause.
Yep. I mean, that's why it's off tone, because it makes no sense.
Yeah. And poor Dorcas, because he's the one raising money for his sick wife.
Nothing can stop me.
I just miss really stupid bad commercials like that, you know?
Morale boost is gonna make this really bad. So they might punch through here. Okay, not quite. Thankfully.
Have you ever seen the... It was actually a commercial for Shadows that released 20 plus years early. Genius.
No wonder they didn't feel the need to advertise. They already did it.
I remember the FF Tactics of Ants commercial was also really weird. It just had them on like a help hotline, and it completely removed mute for some reason. So it had like 3 of the 4 main characters, you know. It was just weird.
Yeah.
Commercials that don't know how to advertise their game are always hilarious. And then we had the opposite effect with magazine ads and in that era, where they were often actually really kind of raw and badass. You know. Like, I remember some very vivid ones, like the Sly Cooper one. Sly Bree had one showing a bully game, nerd game back at his bully by hypnotizing the bully. It's like, okay, that's actually cool. Or like, there's one from Metroid Fusion that says, to hunt a predator, you must become one. Like, they had some really cool magazine ads back then. Ace Combat 5 had a weird one that gave a plane a skeleton. Whatever that entails. Yeah, are we suddenly the Cars world now? That would have been funny.
This is really just mech spam the map.
Yeah. Easier than the last one at least, because you can actually build units.
Yeah, I guess.
Another fun. Did you see the meme I shared in general the other day about the East Free American box art?
Sorry, about which?
It was in general on your Discord server. It compares like the Japanese box art to the American one as a DLSS joke.
I think I'd seen it before that, because I've seen the comparisons before.
Yeah, because like it's just bad box art in the early days was funny.
Yeah.
Remember I brought up Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition? That one was weird. I'm surprised no one's made a DLSS joke about Mega Man 1 though. Given that's one of the most infamous box arts of all time. Is disagree. Oh, I believe that's all my families today. Just to be sure. Nope, I never actually did the resident battles after making the team.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Our medium tank's gonna get punched through now. So my rockets are gonna get attacked. This now becomes a problem. Sort of, I guess.
No, buddy tank!
We can technically gum it up with, you know, the bajillion mechs we built. And then, once this medium tank is down, we can shift everyone else over to the right side, including this rockets.
Well, that's done.
Okay. Now we need to gum this up as hard as we can.
But yet they're celebrating 4 free days of the game randomly.
Might, yeah, I think I might open fire here. Yeah, let's weaken his attack power, because he might morale boost soon, so...
Plus, you're about to be done with stream anyway, so might as well speed things up.
Well, we don't want to get impatient, because that might cause a restart, but...
Yeah.
Like, strategically, I want to weaken him so that he doesn't overrun us.
Max spam.
Yeah. I think next turn I might counterattack with my CO power. We'll see how many mechs are still left standing with good health.
I mean, given how much you plugged off, it should be decent.
Yeah. Alright, so he's not at anywhere close to full, so this is my opportunity to get in on him.
Nice.
Artillery driving away.
Classic.
Tree. Nah, you know what? We probably shouldn't push, because if we do... There's still two medium
Your rockets
tanks
could
there.
do something still.
Well, yes, but we don't want to push... Because if we push past the choke point, there's still the two medium tanks, and they're just gonna end up shredding my mechs.
Especially since one of them is healing. This isn't even your final form. Now it's your turn to do this. You finally you're the one with the reinforcements this time. God, that is such a stupid reinforcement.
Yeah. But to be fair,
I took the notice that in the original FP3 you could only recruit Roche of the Wolf Guard. The other ones you couldn't recruit.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
I didn't realize he was even recruitable. I thought it was just the entire Wolf Guard was a new thing added.
Yeah, it was just the other three you couldn't recruit. You could still buy them, but only Roche could be recruited. Because like Violent has Violent's Fae portrait was explicitly meant to call back to his portrait in book 2. Which is why he became a meme in the original game, because and even more so in Fae when, you know, starts to win out of a supposedly serious moment of the plot. Oh, suffering from success, you got so many mechs you can't put your rocket in.
No, I can. It's just I need to actually get this to line up correctly.
Still suffering from success, it looks like.
shuffle over like this. So now there's 2 rockets pointed at his bridge. I dare them to cross.
And you can still make more mechs if you need to.
Not that I care if I need to, I'm definitely just making them. Like this is
like,
starting to look a lot like my Wargroove Spearman lines.
The right artillery.
Yeah. It's alright, I just need to block the way for this one turn.
Oh, that one held out long enough that's running out of ammo.
They are sort of getting in the way of each other at this point.
Could merge the 2 on our plugging as well.
I can, but I want to clear this. So we need to, like,
Yeah.
get this. Then I want to clear that.
But what if we use more power?
At this point, I can start building my own medium tanks.
Yeah. But that's not as funny as more mechs.
Allow me to show you my morale boost.
Oh, here he goes.
Yes. Could end up being a little ugly. We'll see. If he high rolls, it might kill this. And then open things up. Nope. Alright. Oh, look, you used your CO power. Shame you don't have anywhere to go to use the rest of it.
Nobody take. You can probably use your own CO power soon. Just to finish the job.
Yeah, once they push in here, probably use it. So I was gonna use it to try to push out, but
Down or pushing
Yeah.
it, and you're still holding strong.
Yeah, I mean, if I use it to push out, I would have just gotten a bunch of mechs slaughtered for no real reason.
Yeah.
I'm unbeatable. Double time.
So many units to be affected by that.
Yeah. Good overkill that one. Poor infantry in the back.
Good.
Staring this down, questioning Sandy for not making war tanks. I mean, he made war tanks. They're just getting teared to shreds.
Well, I'm pretty sure war tanks aren't a thing in this game. I think medium is the highest it goes.
Oh yeah, medium is the highest it goes. War tanks are introduced in the next game. %5 damage. Oh yeah, the mech killing the big bad tank.
Yeah.
Ironically, the 5% probably would have been enough.
Yeah, I didn't want to risk the low roll though. It's only 80 damage there though. So it's my turn to not have a particularly effective CO attack. So my mech still can't kill their infantry.
Suffering from success.
Or lack of success, really.
I mean, you still got more units than they do. That one infantry with 4 damage.
Yeah.
Just doesn't need to heal. Because why would he? The battle's basically won. Your superior numbers mean nothing. Says the guy who came in here with superior numbers.
Yep. Alright, now both artilleries are also injured. I'm not sure if the tank can reach, but if it can, definitely killing one of these. Yep, alright. Say goodbye to that
Which one you
artillery.
killing?
Going after the 5 hit point one.
Higher hit point makes sense.
Let the tanks run them down at this point, because there's no way the mechs are catching anything that's running away.
Yeah, poor move.
Nice body blocking? Question mark?
That's not even body block.
Yeah, I don't know. Canbait is giving up on life, I guess.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
I'm sorry, Commander.
God.
It appears that our forces have been conquered.
Another loss? This is beyond comprehension.
Regardless of the odds, Canbay should never lose this many units. Our glorious founders must be shaking their heads.
I will not be defeated so easily.
We may have lost this battle, but the war is far from over. Canbay's army will emerge victorious in the end. For now, withdraw.
This one belongs to me.
And now we get the best mission in the game.
Somehow, despite sacking all those mechs, I still had 100 power and technique. I don't understand.
That's because technique's based on how many units are left alive by the end. Which is why it's funny to just spam them.
Right. Alright, well, that's definitely the last mission we can do.
Yep.
I guess we still need... Sonya still needs to yap here. They're pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can blame their number of bases or other factors, Father, but the truth is they simply outlasted you.
Sonya.
But Sonya! How could they defeat me with mech spam?
Father, please, stop that whining.
You're the Gold Comet Commander, for goodness' sake. Yes, of course, you are right. I am. So, what should I do now? Well, first of all, we obviously need to match or exceed their number of bases.
Hey!
Of course. Canbay must have many bases too. Yes, but please also keep in mind. So, it is decided! Canbay shall secure many bases near the enemy. With them, our victory is assured! Father, wait! Gone again. Doesn't he realize that the proper location...
The next mission's the airport one.
Yeah, we can start with it next time, I guess. Doesn't he realize that the proper location of bases is just as important as their numbers?
I bet the mission after this next one. Because, like, it's the third of his stupidity.
Well, this one's called Canbay's Error.
Yeah.
Alright. So, what, 13 missions in a session? No,
technically 16, because tutorial.
Oh, the tutorials don't count? Okay. I mean, the tutorials are like 5-minute whatevers.
Yeah, but it's still 16, that's
yeah,
fine.
I guess, alright, sure, they are at 16. Wait, where's the shop?
Down 2.
Oh, there it is.
A customer. Oh, it's you. Welcome.
Let me explain something real quick. As you work your way through the campaign, you'll be getting lots of sorts of shipments.
I'm back again
Or
now.
I'll be. I'll try to give you a heads up when something real nice comes in. Yeah, we noticed. You've been spamming it like every mission. Yeah, that's enough, Gavin. Go ahead, take a look around. Yeah.
Part of why I recommended doing that is because, you know, COs are important to grab first thing, obviously. But since Haunted requires you to buy everything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not gonna matter for now. Just because, like, campaign's not gonna restrict me, right? So.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll just grab whatever later on. It'll be funnier if I just, like, mass buy stuff at the end of Advance Wars 1 or something.
And 2.
Yeah, and 2. But I'll probably...
if you need to...
I'll probably do it as like a break point so that we do a spending spree after the first game and then a spending spree after the second.
Especially if you don't plan on playing like both difficulties, right, for the second.
Yeah. Alright, well, that is gonna do me for tonight. We will be back tomorrow to start Shadow Dragon and continue that through Sunday, Monday. We'll be doing, I guess, still calling it the guide and run. The maps, guided characters.
I'll probably be here Wednesday or Thursday again, depending on which day you decide.
Yeah, I'll need to look at what I want to schedule for that. But yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, wildcarding. So one of them's gonna be Uma, one of them's gonna be Advance Wars. I guess I'll announce it when I get it figured out. So,
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining. I guess it's unfortunate that the audio balance was a bit messed, but I guess it is what it is sometimes.
Yeah, we figured it out anyways.
Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and send you all off to Sullivan. He's doing some Pokemon Emerald. Oh, he's roguelike hack thing. So not quite Emerald.
Oh yeah, that hack. I know that one.
Yeah. So yeah, let's check in with him, see how he's doing. Hopefully his luck's been okay.
They actually have for the super boss part of because like they give you a super boss as part of roguelike, but it could choose between Gen 1, 2, or 3 super bosses. But wait, Gen 1 didn't have a super boss, so they just used the dummied out Oak team from Gen 1.
Makes sense.
Because he was originally supposed to be the super boss of Gen 1.
Alright, so yeah, thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Shadow Dragon, and have yourselves a good night.